going to be incredible today. Me joined by Kev so far. How's it going, Kev?
Yeah, not too bad, Manjot. Excited to see what happens, mate. I'm expecting a bit of a shake-up in the first round here in a few spots. A few teams trading back in, a few teams looking to trade back down. Be a pretty interesting day to see how it all unfolds, really. Same with day two.
100%, 100%. And we're just getting word. Our guy Isaac watching us as well. Shout out Isaac out there. Shout out everyone getting ready. As you guys can see, we have the draft tracker on our screen. It's going to be incredible. We have another guest here, Nick. How's it going, Nick?
Hang on, I'm trying to get sorted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you, Nick. Yeah, we're live. It's beauties of
We're
live
good.
TV
All
is we
right, we're
got
good.
Kevin,
We're
his
good.
kid, alive too, on our screens. Just getting everyone over from Pastry Press NFL, the the Instagram trying to get that up now. So it's all going on here. But boys, we've got a big show ahead of us. Got entire reactions to the NFL draft, picks 1 to 32 today, live, exclusive. I'm wondering, boys, how are you boys watching this?
Normally, mate, I'd have the laptop with the PFF tracker, my phone on Twitter, and the TV going on ESPN. But this year here, I'm just kind of stuck with the ESPN because I've got a little 1 year old who will probably just try and push my laptop off the table if I'm not careful.
Yeah, and we've got just posted on the IG, so expecting a few more viewers coming in soon. Shout out to everyone watching today with us. It's going to be one incredible draft. Very very interesting doing my mock draft this morning. I think boys, I've seen some of your mock drafts too. It's just yeah, just seeing so much in terms of the mock drafts and everything. Yeah, I feel like I've been more unprepared than anyone else or any other year I've done a mock draft. I feel like I haven't been as into these mock drafts as usual, but I think that might be okay today. I've been seeing some of the rumors during the week. Just feel like when I was doing my mock draft, it was yeah, it was just interesting. Had McMillan right there at the end there at number 5 to the Jags. It was yeah, that was one of my interesting ones. Nick, we've got you now. How's it going, man?
We're good. No, we're good. I'm excited. I'm ready to go. Um, I'll tell you what. You know why you feel so unprepared? It's more so because it's such a draft where there's so many variables. Like it's
Yeah.
not so much set in its ways. There's so much that can happen. You probably know the top three, and then after that, it's really just potluck. Like there's so many guys and go to so many spots. There's been rumors of so many trades. To be honest, I don't know if I buy into a lot of them. I think it's probably going to be a little bit more vanilla than what people think. There's not a whole lot of guys that you'd probably think, oh, let's trade up and go and get him. So it'll be interesting though. I mean, it adds to a lot of excitement though with the trades.
I think one thing, Nick, though, because there's such a wide tier too, like I think it's like 60 players, most people don't really have that big of a difference in grade on. If you want to come up 6 spots to get a guy, you're probably not paying a lot compared to other years, just because
Yeah,
there is such a depth of talent. So trades could be less, could be more. It's going to be a really interesting day.
yeah, that's very
Yeah.
that's very true. That's very true. I do think this draft that is probably not as strong as more recent drafts though, particularly at quarterback. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm really keen. I think there's going to be a few guys that end up sliding, just
It
depending on
does,
how things go.
yeah, it doesn't really have like the typical guys you consider blue chippers or guys that could be all pros, even if not perennial. There's a lot of starter depth, is what you'd call it, like guys that could be 5, 6, 7, 8 year starters, solid starters,
Yeah,
not top line.
yeah, of course. And a lot of guys, even like the top end receivers, like a lot of them, like on good teams, you'd say are probably your second option or maybe even your thirds. So it adds the sort of more to your depth as well. Like you said, a lot of starters, particularly on more so the bad teams. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, there's always a few guys that pop out, and you just think, how did this guy get so good? So
What
maybe
do you
we'll find
think
out that
about
next year.
the one I just threw in the chat before, where I had the Patriots trading down, and this time here the Niners decide to jump him and take Will Campbell at 9.
Hmm.
I don't know about that,
Yeah.
man. I don't know about that. I
Mock
wouldn't. I
trades.
wouldn't be trading up. To be honest, I wouldn't be trading up for Will Campbell. Um, yeah. To me, if we're taking an offensive lineman in the first round, I'd probably be trading back. My praises get sung with Josh Simmons. I think he's the best pass blocker in the draft. I think that's what we need. We need someone that can eventually take over when Trent Williams goes, because he's been flirting with retirement for about 3 years now. So, if anything, if we're going for an offensive tackle in the first round, I think we'd probably be best trading back.
I
If we're trading up, I'd love to be getting a guy, I don't know, probably like, it wouldn't happen, but like Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter or something like that.
I think the cost
Um,
to move up that high is what's probably going
it's
to
so
pull a
much.
lot of teams.
Yeah.
Outside
Which
those
Yeah.
is
top
what,
3 picks, I think you can move up fairly
yeah.
modestly. But
I
yeah,
can
no,
see us.
I agree on Josh Simmons. If we knew his knee was 100% healthy, he would be my number one offensive lineman in this class. Like I
Yeah,
think
100%.
where he gets drafted tells you a lot about what teams think about his knee. If he goes in the top 10, that means the team is 100% certain his knee is fine, and they think he'll be the best left tackle in this class, without a doubt. If he goes back end of round 1 or slips to day 2, there's a big concern about that knee.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. If we're trading up, though, from what I've heard from my end, I don't know what Manjot's heard, probably the same. I think we'd be trading up to go get a corner. So I think most likely would be Will Johnson. So I think we'd be probably moving up a few spots to try and get into maybe that probably
But
6, 7, maybe even 5 mark. Maybe the Jags might want to trade back. It really depends. I think we'd be trading up for a corner more so than anything, because we've lost Ward and Hufunga went to the Broncos. So we need some help on the back end. So
I,
that's a big need.
I had like in a couple of the old mocks I'd sent Manjot, I'd mocked use Will Johnson at 11. But what do
Yeah.
you need more? Is it an outside man corner, or is it just like a versatile, all round good cornerback who can play in the box sometimes, play a bit of safety? Because
Yeah.
to me, Jahad Barron is the better overall prospect. But if you need a pure outside cornerback, it's Will Johnson without a doubt.
Yeah, 100%. I
I,
mean, I'm looking into it. Firstly, just want to shout out Samuel Beasley for the question there about the Niners thinking about trading. Right as you said, Kev, you started talking about the Niners trading up too. So great timing there, Sam, with that one. So yeah, with this question though, definitely think we're more built into that Seattle OG defensive scheme where we like those taller corners. So definitely, it's more the tall corners for me. I think that's the way Robert
you
Sala
reckon?
likes to play it. I think if we could get one of those guys, I think that's where we like to go. What about you, Nick?
I was going to say it changes a lot with Salah coming in, but we've gone with Lenore, who's not so big. No, obviously Ward wasn't so big. I think we'd probably end up taking someone that's more a pure lockdown guy, because we lost that with Ward, and we've got Lenore on one side, but we sort of don't have someone on the other. And probably in a division, the Rams have got 2 receivers, and the Cardinals after tonight may end up with 2 good receivers with Harrison and maybe another good receiver, maybe someone like Golden or McMillan, depending on how things go. We'd probably need another lockdown corner, but then we also need a safety. So Hufunga was sort of that hybrid guy that could sort of float around. He could come down into the box. He could stay more as a free safety. So it really depends. I think in this case, to answer your question, Kev, you just probably take the best guy.
Yeah, see, to me, the best guy is Jahad Barron, but if you just said, yeah, it's kind of hard understanding every team's scheme. Like, I know what the Bears need specifically, especially at certain positions, because I've watched them for 15 friggin' years through different coaches and stuff. It's going to be interesting to see if they
Yeah.
do actually go defense on day one with Dennis Allen in there, because there's a couple of guys that really suit his style of play as well, but there's also a big group of them on day two.
Yeah, be
Yeah,
interesting. But yeah, like I said, we need both. So it's actually funny. We actually need both. So in that case, I'll probably just go and take the best guy in that position.
Like how Ian was saying in the chat that the Vikings are a candidate to trade down. There's a lot of teams in that area that are candidates to trade down, but this is probably the first draft I haven't had the Vikings trading out because Malachi Starks fell to him. And that
Hmm.
same mock I sent to another friend, he said, "Don't the Saints and the Panthers need a safety?" And I said, "Yeah, but he's not really a fit in the Bucks scheme. I know that much." And the Panthers went a different direction, and he just slid. He slid perfectly there into the Vikings. And I don't think they'd pass him up if he fell there because to me he's a top 12 talent in the draft.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one as well. I think, boys, a lot of people been saying that the draft outside the top 10, a lot of these guys are similar sort of guys where they're seen as starters, not stars, and you can really get value anywhere from pick 11 to pick 32. Is that a view you boys share as well? I think for me, I find that a bit true as well. I think you can find value anywhere in this draft with this class.
Yeah, it's like in the G'day Gridiron mock they did the other day where they gave Kelvin Banks Jr. to the Bears at 10. I was like, we've had a fifth round pick playing left tackle who's finished in the top 20 every year. Yeah, he's coming off an injury. He's in his last year. To me, Kelvin Banks is not a guaranteed to be an upgrade over him. He's not a guarantee to be a better than 75 grade. The PFF have given Braxton Jones constantly. To me, the better option would be like Josh Connolly. What's his name from Oregon? You could trade back and look at getting him, or take the chance on the one from Ohio State. Like I don't. I'm not as big on Kelvin Banks as a lot of people. And I think you could possibly trade back or grab one at the top of day two that is probably just as good.
Yeah, that was sort of my thinking. That was sort of my thinking. I mean, I did ended up taking Banks at your spot, more so because it just helps with more so with Caleb. But he's a great run blocker. I see what you're saying. His pass blocking isn't that great, but he is a great run blocker. Um, it just really depends for me on who other guys take as well. Like if there's an opportunity for you guys, because you did mention with Harmon, like would you beef up again on the defensive line, or would there be another spot that you sort of guys would go to in that sort of spot as well? Like who are you sort of thinking outside of those two? Was there another position like at running back or something?
See the way the G'day Gridiron one fell, I would have taken Walter Nolan without a second's hesitation. To
Yeah.
me, he's kind of like the one B in my defensive line grouping. It's Mason Graham, then him. They both have some questions, but he's just probably the most natural looking pass rusher at the interior.
Yeah, he's a big boy. God, he's a big boy.
And unlike offensive line, like O line basically plays the whole game. You rotate your D line through a lot, so grabbing someone like him is kind of makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely. I think boys, while we're waiting, just looking at the ESPN stream, I've got the KO stream up at the moment. Yeah, just looking at it, all the first rounders, they're all coming in just on the screen today. Who do you guys think will be the biggest riser and the biggest slider compared to the pre-draft process?
Well, the biggest faller for me is already Shadua Sanders. Like,
Yep.
months ago he was predicted to be a top three pick. Another one's James Pearce Jr. He was predicted to be the overall number one prospect last year. He might go in the late 20s or even into the second round with his off-field concerns, but that could also be another smokescreen like how Laramie Tunsil and that fell. So you don't know really. Biggest riser is going to be Matthew Golden. He was
Yeah, 100%.
projected to be around four. I think he's a definite possibility to go to the Seahawks. I've mocked him there constantly because of his outside speed and that to pair with JSN.
Yeah, what about you, Nick? You've got any big risers and fallers similar to Kev?
Yeah, I would probably say probably the one thing is Walter Nolan for me. I think there is a lot of D tackles that could go in this first round, and I think there would be some concerns. Like he's super talented, but I think if a team can get him, a proper team that can get him and take him under their wing and train them up to how they want him to be, then he's going to be an absolute force. It's just more so can he stay on the field for long enough and everything like that. So I think there's definitely potential there. I think because of that, he probably ends up sliding. Not a whole lot, They probably, for me, he ended up sliding quite a bit just because a lot of teams have other needs as well. So that's sort of why he slid for me. Guy that I would think sort of goes up the order, I'd probably say is Tyler Warren. Now, for me, I actually think he goes over Loveland. Like, Tyler Warren, for me, is a guy that can go all over the field. He can play outside, right over the hash marks, right inside as a proper tight end. He can go line up in any position. He can block. He really does it all. But he's quite a skinny lad for a tight end, so he can really be put in a multitude of ways. In my mock, I had him going to the Colts. I think they can use him in so many ways. They've got a few receivers there, but I think Warren gives them that piece, sort of gives them that hope where, you know, hopefully he becomes what we thought Cole Pitts would be, where he's just the do-it-all tight end.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens, but I think he's going to be a bit further up the board. And I know it's a tight end heavy draft, so there is some guys that you can probably get later on, like tomorrow and on Saturday. But I think Tyler Warren's probably, if you're looking for versatility, definitely that guy you got to look to.
Yeah, I've been very intrigued by Tyler Warren actually. I had him at number 10 to the Bears in my mock that I sent this morning to you boys. So I've been pretty much liking that fit, I think, for the Bears. He'd add a lot of versatility to that offense. I know you boys need a few more offensive linemen, defensive linemen there, Kev, but I think Tyler Warren in a Ben Johnson offense, that makes me intrigued as well.
Mate, Ben Johnson's dropped him like 5 interviews this offseason just as a weapon and a guy that Dennis Allen has said would be a nightmare to game plan against because he's played running back, quarterback, tight end, even a little bit of slot wide receiver coming through from high school to now. And they said,
Yep.
like, you can see it, they line him up just about anywhere they want. And I agree with Nick. Like, he's someone who I think his draft day starts at 5 with the Jags and it ends at 14 with the Colts. And Colston Loveland, I think he's also an option at 14 if Warren's off the board because I think the Colts really need to address that position.
Yeah, I do like a bit of Colton Loveland as well. I mean, I've been looking at some of the tape. I had him in my mock going a bit later, but not too many picks later. I think it's a really interesting one where it's about two or three tight ends who you can see as being in that sort of range. It's just yeah, just in that first round you could have a couple of tight ends and really we haven't seen that in a couple of years. It's a pretty good tight end class, pretty good running back class. Just going to point out here, Isaac, our guy, he's saying Ariza. We're going to see in this draft Jalen Milrow. I think Jalen Milrow is definitely one of the interesting guys. I think that's where I came up with this question. I just saw him walking across my screen on my KO stream, and I was like, yeah, okay, Jalen Milrow. He could be a pretty interesting prospect. I would have to say. I think he's got some issues with a lot of his turnovers. He's got a few issues with his poise, but I think if the right team gets him, he could be dangerous. I'm thinking of another Jalen who used to go to Alabama and Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen Milrow kind of feels like a similar sort of prospect. I don't know if we're going to get him in day one. I feel like he's definitely more of a day two pick. That's how I've been feeling the whole time. I think he's more in that second, third round ish range. But if a team is trading up for a quarterback, I wouldn't be surprised if Jalen Milrow's the third or fourth guy taken. And that
Yeah.
could be tonight.
Yeah, well, I've had the Giants trading back into him just because you run Russ and Jameis this year with him learning, and you've still got Jameis for another year if you need him. And then you've also you pick up the 5th year option for your rookie quarterback, which is super valuable if he turns out. And in a draft like this, for them to come up from I think it was 36 into I think I had them trading up to like 27. They didn't really have to give up that much to come up and get him. And I think it's a definite possibility that he is a day one pick today.
Yeah, he's him and Shador, I think, and just that quarterback class. It's a really interesting one. We've gone in about 20 minutes into the stream and we haven't really gone fully in depth into the quarterback class, I think. And I think, of course, Cam Ward definitely, as you can see, the Titans' number one overall pick. I think a lot of people have pretty much given Cam Ward to the Titans. I think even him on Fortnite was talking about Calvin Ridley, and he's talking up Ty J Spears is talking up Tony Pollard as the best players in their position in the league. So, Cam Ward's definitely a tight end for sure. That's how everyone's feeling. But then after that, it's a lot of chaos, boys. I mean, Shador Sanders we're seeing as a faller. He could be falling to the Steelers at 21. He could fall to the Saints at 9. People could trade up for him. It can go anywhere for Shador. And really just yeah, then you got Jackson Dart. You've got Milrow as we're talking about. I mean, even Tyler Shock. See, I learned that name too during this whole process. Tyler Shock could be in there. There's a bunch of guys that could be there at the quarterback position. Not necessarily day one. All of those guys are mentioned, but certainly day two, day three. We're looking at a lot of these guys as being potentially fighting for starting positions in the league, depending on situation.
Yeah, I think Milroy could be there on day two. Look out for the
Yeah.
Browns. Um, but someone may trade up. Could be right. Someone may trade up.
Actually, one of
Um,
the wildest drafts. So I can't remember which podcast it is, but they did like a. It was just a random thing, and he said, "You know what? Like, if you're the Browns, here's what you do. You've had uh, Hunter and Sanders in every visit, everything together." He said, "You take Hunter at 2. He said you throw your day 2 picks and next year's day 2 picks at the Patriots in round one, in next year's round one instead of round two if you have to. And you go back to 4 and you take Sanders and you just wipe the slate clean. You say, look, here's 2 shiny new toys that did this in college together. Let's go." And I thought, I couldn't see a team doing it, but if I could see a team being stupid enough to do it, it might be the Browns.
Yeah, I think the Browns are very intriguing at the quarterback position. Of course, Deshaun Watson. We all know what happened there. Just a horrible trade. They're gonna have to find another guy to replace Deshaun. Don't have the first round picks that they all sold for him. This year they finally got a first rounder, second overall. Probably going to take a playmaker. I've got Travis Hunter. Can see Abdul Carter as well. But in the second round, I think that second round pick will be very interesting. Just seeing ESPN here, they're saying Titans won't move off the first pick. So pretty much just confirming Cam Ward as we all knew. So just coming across that one there. But I think with the Browns, I think that second round pick could definitely be moved up into the first round. I think I can definitely see them moving up. We do have about 6 minutes until the draft does begin, so we have a lot going on here, boys. It's going to be very interesting. I mean, been been reading some of the comments as well. Shout out to everyone who's been on the stream. It's been a very interesting sort of build up here, Nick. I've been interested to hear any wild picks you have, any things you think are going to be crazy in this first round today.
um, one thing's a guarantee, as it is every year. Someone does something stupid.
Yeah,
I just can't find who it is because it's really like we said, it's that sort of draft where you got no idea what's going to happen after about 3 picks. Um, yeah, I'm just wondering what's the craziest thing that could happen. Really
yeah. Well,
thinking
shout out to
there
our
could be a
guy
lot of
Ramon,
trades.
by the
Yeah.
way. Yeah, shout out to our guy Ramon, fellow Niners fan as well. Love to hear your reactions to all the picks as well. It's gonna be very interesting one today. How the Niners go, but yes, go ahead, Nick. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt,
No,
mate.
you're right. No, you're right. I think I think the craziest thing could be. I don't think it will happen, but I think there is a chance that Pittsburgh may actually pass on quarterback at 21, even if it's like
Hmm.
Jackson Dart or Miro or something like that, because there will be at least a fourth at the in the worst case scenario. So let's say I don't know the Browns panic and they take someone at 2 as a quarterback. I still think there's probably a chance that Pittsburgh may even pass on a quarterback, and I'm thinking more so because and I don't know why. Again, teams do stupid things. They're probably thinking from their perspective, they are the sort of organization that can turn a guy like Aaron Rodgers around. So they're
Yeah.
probably thinking, we don't have to teach someone. We're a defensive mind. Don't have to Mike Tomlin's a defensive mind. They don't have to go through the process of building someone up. Tomlin's been there for about 20 years. He doesn't want to go through that. So there is a real train of thought that goes, they may draft a quarterback not that high. They can go out, fix up some other parts of their offense as well, and then Aaron Rodgers is there for pennies on the dollar. But how much damage he'll do, we'll find out. But I still think it's in the realm of possibility.
Definitely. I mean, I think we've all been waiting for that Rogers decision. Very frustrating for a lot of us. We're just like, Rogers, make up your mind, bro. Just choose. Do you want to retire? Do you want to play football? It's just something we've been waiting for all off season, and now we're at the draft. The Steelers, it's up to them. Do they want Rogers? Do they want Shador? Do they want someone? Just saw on the ESPN coverage as well. Saints aren't expected to take a quarterback at 9, so it just came
Oh,
across my screen as well there. Just had that headline, and I think that's where I've really looked at Nick. I don't think the Saints would take a guy at 9. I don't think they're taking Shador that high. I think if they would trade back, or they would take a guy like Mason Graham, who I had in my mock to them, because I think they need a blue chip prospect just like that.
yeah, Mason Graham going that low. That's interesting.
Are you guys seeing Pete Carroll's? He's thrown draft clues out on Twitter for the last 2 hours or last hour.
Hold on, where is this Kev? Sorry.
Go to X and search Pete Carroll. Go to his thing. He's thrown up 3 different gifts with draft clues for the Raiders. And it's so
Ooh,
funny
What are
because
they?
everyone in it's asking Grok. And the first one, Grok, the AI, says is Kelvin Banks. And the second two, they say are Ashton Genty for these reasons and blah, blah, blah. Pete Carroll, he just loves an engagement farm, though. Like, who knows what they're going to do.
The
so
Raiders are
fresh, so
not drafting
clean.
offensive. Pete Carroll didn't take care of the offensive line in Seattle. What makes you think he's going to do that in Vegas? That's not happening. I'm not fooled by that.
No,
He's going to
most
take Ashton
most
Genty.
Vegas fans I talk to think they're probably going defense, if anything, or trading back. But
That's a possibility as well. But they'd go defense, they'd go Genty before they'd take an offensive lineman. I'll tell you that right now.
Hmm.
the
Yeah.
only one I had as a maybe for the Raiders would be Amon Membu, just because they do need a right tackle, and he's a good size and pretty violent sort of a tackle to facilitate a run game, especially if Chip Kelly is the offensive coordinator. They could go with either the Ohio State backs that he just had on day 2 instead.
Hmm. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Just reading some of the chat as well. Nick, couple messages you'd like. Firstly, from my boy Hakeem, says Lakers in 5. Yeah, we all know Lakers in 5 for sure.
Lakers in five.
Ramon, yep, Ramon again. Michael Williams to partner Bosa. I do see that. I like the defensive line picks. I mean, for me, I went offensive line. As long as the Niners fortify the trenches, I will be reacting pretty happily today. I reckon.
Manjot, stop. You're not new here. You know how this works. They don't do that.
Yeah,
You know how
gosh,
this works.
I hope I'm right today. I hope I can react well
I hope
today.
I hope you are right, but I'm just going off what I know from recent events.
What do you reckon's more likely, offensive line, defensive line, or something completely out of left field that you didn't see coming?
Defensive line. John Lynch drafts defensive lineman in the first round.
That's it. I've had
Yeah.
Walton Nolan and Kenneth Grant and Derek Harmon all kind of mocked to the Niners at various stages, whether it was earlier on in the off season or a trade.
Yep. And even our guy
I had
Ramon says 100%. Yeah, he's
yeah,
in agreement with the D line.
I had Mike Green as well. I think probably they look at edge as well, someone to line up across from Bosa.
Hmm.
Um, It'll be interesting because we do have a couple guys that we can play at DT. So interesting. I mean, there probably is a possibility they go with that as well. It's more likely than we'll go offensive lineman. So
Actually, I think the last draft was the first one I've had just going offensive line in a while, and it was just just because it costs you basically nothing to leapfrog the Patriots and grab Campbell. But
Yeah,
yeah, I
yeah.
remember for a while there, Manjot, I was trying to talk you into that they take Tyler Warren and build him up to replace George Kittle, but you just have to pay him.
No, they won't do that. They won't do that.
Can't do it, man. Can't do
No, no,
it.
They won't do that.
George Kittle said he wants to come back home to Chicago, so you two just have to cry.
Ah,
The
yeah.
Bears.
All right. For Caleb Williams. All right, dumb.
Caleb Williams, you mean Tyson Bagent? You guys love turning late round and undrafted quarterbacks into good things. There you go.
I've only done it
Yes.
once.
So we see Ramon, he says as well, at least 7 of the 11, shall I say, 49ers picks will be defense. I would love that. I
Yeah.
would love that for Robert Sala. Just having a lot of young dogs out there, just doing their thing, just playing well in the defense, just a lot of hungry guys. I think that would be something I really like for the Niners, Nick.
You also kind of need it
It's
though because you've had a
Yep.
big not fucking I don't know what you'd say opposite of influx. I'm drawing a mental blank here.
Exodus?
Of Exodus, that's it.
Exodus.
Of older and more veteran style defensive players this offseason. You guys lost a lot of names. Like the Bears, our needs didn't really change except we addressed the O line before free agency, and then in free agency we upgraded our weakest position, the center, and we got a defensive line and edge rusher. We have one glaring weakness is running back, and then a couple of positions where you're probably looking to draft someone for the future, like safety, defensive line to add to that rotation, and possibly a left tackle of the future. It's not an urgent need, as a lot of people seem to
Oh my
think.
god. They've got Roger Goodell riding in on a bicycle. What is going on here?
I was waiting for him to do a front peg
Yeah.
360, but he
Can
doesn't
you
have any
imagine
stunt
that
pegs on
straight
the
into
front.
straight into the crowd?
Just like the old
We've
BMX
had it.
days at school, they just stand on the front pegs, falling around a bit
We've
like.
had
Woo! I would
the
laugh so
NFL has
hard.
made a trade. Roger Goodell will no longer be able to do the announcements.
They've traded him for the Mavs GM, I heard.
Hold on, is that the whole
Yep.
Good Morning Football crew as well? Is
Is
that
that is that Lil Wayne?
Is that Lil Wayne? No, that is Lil Wayne. He's a Packers fan too. He's got the Packers bike. Oh my
Oh my
goodness.
god!
Oh
What is
no,
going
Little Wayne
on?
fell
Oh,
off the
first reaction
stage.
of the day, boys. Let's go. Lil Wayne on a
Oh,
bike.
oh no,
Who
Little
had
Wayne
this?
fell off the stage. Oh no.
Oh goodness. This is
Never
this is
felt so
funny.
disgusted watching a draft with all this Green Bay shit every
Is
week.
that Clay Matthews?
I'm surprised you've got the TV. I thought you just do a radio style, Kev.
I'd mostly focus on the PFF draft tracker, but it's a bit hard with the kid this year. He likes to pull things off the table when I'm not looking, and I don't
Ah,
think the laptop can handle that too many more times.
fair enough. Fair enough.
So it's you boys, the TV, and Twitter on my phone this year, trying something different.
Going back to what we were saying before, though, Manjot, about our defense, we've got a lot of guys in our secondary that are so young. Like, holy crap. Lenore's like third year or something.
Yeah.
Um, Jay Brown, I think that was his second year or something. So no one's played more than 4 years in our secondary at the moment with Ward gone. So
Yeah.
definitely, who I'd love. I, I've got us taking Mike Green at 11, but I'd love a guy as well like Campbell or Walker, those linebackers, because they can play actually as a Mike linebacker, but also as a rusher. So real versatile, and that will definitely help with
Yeah.
our run game, particularly with helping out Fred Warner, because we don't actually have someone else now that can help because Greenlaw's gone to the Broncos. So I think that gives us a bit more options as well. If we go one of those two guys, I'd be very happy with those two guys as well.
Who were the two guys,
Yeah.
Nick? Jahad Campbell.
Yeah, and Jalen Walker.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
love Jahad Campbell.
Same.
I really struggle to let him go further than the Falcons. Really, at 15, I just yeah,
Yeah.
I think he's one of the more underrated players in this
Yeah.
class.
The reason why those guys could drop though is because there are some linebackers later in the draft. It's not like last year where it was like, all right, it's Patrick Wilson in the
Yeah,
third round. Like there are a bunch of linebackers, so there are
yeah, I
some.
think you've
There
got
are,
like Carson Schwessinger and a few guys on day two that
Yeah.
look pretty solid.
So, so
Same thing
there's some
with
guys
tight
tomorrow.
end. Same thing
Yeah.
with tight end. Like I think there's two go in the top 15 possibly, and then but day two and day three you've got like Mason Taylor from LSU, Elijah
Yeah.
Arroyo, Gunnar Helm. Like there's a lot of solid tight ends later on in this draft.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah.
why I think those, particularly tight ends and linebackers, because they're usually not positions that get drafted very high. Usually, that could be a reason as to why those two positions today sort of drop back a bit, because there are some value tomorrow and maybe even on the third day as well.
I just think Walter and Colston Loveland are a bit of a
Oh,
step ahead of
Kev.
the others.
Oh, Kev, did you just see? I don't know, man. Clay Matthews just opening up the envelope saying the Bears still suck. Oh man, Kev,
Did he?
I'm.
Uh, I,
He
I
just
basically
opened that up.
I basically tune out whenever Packers people talk. It's like when Pete Neal starts talking, I just kind of da 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 da. It's like the
Uh,
Benny Hill music starts playing in my head.
our first Aussie NFL fantasy reference, and it's Pete Neal, of course. Yeah, shout out to the fantasy boys. That was a very good season, actually. Very much enjoyed the Aussie NFL fantasy show and Good Day Gridiron. Just being a listener throughout this past season, you boys definitely killed on both shows. I've been enjoying it. Can't wait for more. I mean, Good Day Gridiron tonight. Nick, you're going to be backing up for that one. You guys are going to be reacting to the draft. Again, you're doing it live with me. Then you're going to be doing the extra full reactions with the boys as well.
Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. I must say, I really want to know what Taylor thinks. If I do think they end up gonna, the Titans end up taking Cam Ward. I really want to know what he thinks, because to be honest, if I was a Titans fan, I'd be going pass. I'd be passing on him. Seriously, I'd
I,
be going no. Let's take Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter.
I don't think Cam Ward's as bad as people make him out to be. Like he's not as good as last year's quarterback class, but he's not a guy you wouldn't say. Like if he was in last year's quarterback class, I think he would have been probably number 4 or 5 off the board, which is still a pretty good kind of around that JJ McCarthy range sort of thing. I think he's going to struggle his first season. I don't see how they put enough weapons around him to really give him a shot, but I think it's going to surprise a lot of people probably year 2 and year 3 moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be
So the
interesting. I don't
Titans
think
are
he's a
on the
number one
clock.
pick though.
But I think you can't really trade back because if you do, like the Giants and Browns both need a QB, they're going to take him. If you need a QB and you've got the one pick, you've got to stick and pick because I know next year's quarterback class is meant to be better, but I think the Nico from Tennessee, I'd have huge red flags about him after his friggin' NIL bullshit he's just pulled.
Oh yeah.
Say,
And
come on,
Arch
Kev, you got
Manning,
to say his surname.
I
Yeah,
can't
it's
even, I can't,
Iyama Liava.
I can't even remember how to friggin' look at it. Like yeah.
Look, it's
And Arch
Iyama
Manning,
Liava, but it's spelt like I'm a lever, to be
yeah.
honest. Like, and his brother too. Like, both of them transferring to UCLA. I agree, Kev. It's just a big bullshit stunt right there.
And then Arch Manning too. Like there's a rumor that his family want him to stay full time in college. Like there's no guarantee he comes out next year. You push it back a year, or even if he does come out, there's also no
Nah,
guarantee
he'll
you're
come out.
still going to get the number one overall pick.
He'll come out. He'll come out. He's got the full. He's got the full range for Texas next year. That squad could be even better at UT. So I definitely think he's gonna. I definitely think he's gonna do it because he'll end up having a good year. He may even be a candidate for the Heisman. He could be. Um, Nico, I think is definitely. I think from what I can gather, um, I think he's going to end up playing for USC next year if Tennessee don't organise their shit. So
Well, he's
be
already
interesting to
gone to
see.
UCLA. Actually, he's already pretty
Oh no,
much signed
UCLA.
with. Yeah, signed with UCLA. Yeah, Tennessee cut him from the team. He entered the portal, went to UCLA. UCLA actually, it was a
Just chasing the
trade.
bag.
Technically, they sent Aguilar my favorite college football 25 quarterback. He was in Appalachian State last year. So I know Joey Aguilar like the back of my hand, to be honest. I know how he plays on that game like a lot. So I know who he is because I have entire seasons and dynasties with him as my quarterback. And yeah, him transferring was definitely not in the game. I think I had him for the senior season, but yeah, he's a Tennessee guy now after transferring to UCLA from Appalachian State. So a couple transfers for Joey there. So yeah, it's a very interesting situation. Like college football, I got more into it this year, so that's why I
Yeah.
think I've just sort of been more looking at college tape as more this year in terms of live games than
Mm.
ever before. Got more into it thanks to that video game. And look, I think that game. Firstly, shout out EA for bringing it back. It was awesome experience. I mean, I don't know how many hours I have on that game, but it's helped me just find out about different guys and just really enjoy playing with them. I think yeah, I think though, like with how I've looked at this college season, it's been very interesting with all the NIL, with all the deals, and really it's just yeah, it's just a really interesting landscape out there in college, and I wonder how that's gonna impact the NFL in 3, 4, 5 years when the NIL is sort of more entrenched in college. So yeah, we're just
I'm
looking
really
at some can.
surprised he went to UCLA. I thought because
Yeah.
USC's got a bunch of money to spend as well.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. That shows you
Yeah.
it definitely was about the money then.
Yeah, and he wanted 4 mil as well for a year, which is
I,
just
I'm
it's
I'm
crazy.
so happy Tennessee did what they did and just said, no, we're not playing this game. We had an agreement with you, like this is how much you're going to get. Is going to go up a certain amount each year, and you've pulled this. Just go, get out. The NIL thing, I think Nick Saban was right. It is kind of ruining college sports a little bit.
I don't know about ruining. I don't know about ruining. I
I
think
think
there's
it's
an
just been
argument to be
badly.
made. I
Mm,
think
I
you
think
know what I think it is though. I think it's a good indication for pro teams that go okay. What are they chasing? Are they chasing a better team? Are they chasing
Money,
the money?
success, yada yada,
You get an
loyalty. Like,
indication from the pro level, but I think at the end of the day, like if you're a college team, you've got the ability to be able to bring in players, and what it does for the competition, as you've seen this year, there wasn't a standout number one, Alabama and then everyone else, or like in
yeah,
2019, it was LSU and everyone else, so it was quite even, and I think it was the perfect year to have the college football playoffs expanded to 12 teams because you can really see that. And I know they mixed in some smaller teams, like they had Arizona State and Boise State and all that, who were never probably going to win it. But there was still some upsets between some notable college programs. So I think what it does, it takes away the ability for the top teams to really stack. Like,
yeah, boys. Um,
out of high school. Like it takes away that for them, and another team comes along, offers them that money, and says, "Hey, you can be our starter this year," and they've got that opportunity from a lot earlier on. I just think it avoids that stacking. I think we've got the pick now.
yeah, here we go. Pick is in, boys. Let's go. First reaction.
righto, boys, pick is in. They pick Shadua Sanders. Yay!
Ha! What a surprise!
I think my draft coverage is a bit behind yours.
Yeah, I think mine's a little bit behind Nick as well,
I'm
but
on.
yeah,
I'm on the
Cam.
zone.
Yeah, on the zone. All right. We got.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the zone, but mine seems to be a little bit behind your boys, which is
Do you
weird.
want
We've
me?
seen that happen during the season with some games too. Like
Yeah,
I've
mine
said
was
something, and
okay.
then Manjot's like 10 seconds later, like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah. All right. That's good to know now because what. At least we've got the most obvious pick out of the way, so I won't have. I'll wait to say who it is until you guys know.
Yeah.
I
What?
actually like
So
for the Browns. I love the idea of taking Abdul Carter. It's like, yeah, we don't have a quarterback, but no other team's going to have a quarterback when we've got um, these two edge
Oh my
rushers
god, hang
coming
on.
at you all game.
I think there's been a trade.
oh, Jacksonville to 2. Boys,
Jacksonville's now at 2, and Cleveland
boys, they're
now at
traded
5.
up.
Oh
Oh,
my
this
god,
guy.
my
This
mock
is
draft's
huge.
gone already.
Abdul Carter. Abdul Carter. I
For the
think.
Jags?
Or
Everyone's
not
mock draft
Travis.
gone
Actually, I
already.
think.
Nah, I reckon they're gonna go Travis.
I think
I
they
think
will
it's
go
Travis.
Travis.
Nah, you have to go Travis.
I could see
Browns.
them going either, but Travis
Hold
is a
on,
bigger
what's going
need.
on here, boys? We beat. Yeah, Browns down to 5 here, and the Jags.
So
Wow.
hang on.
Well, I guess there goes the Jags are taking Genty at 5 rooms.
Hang on.
Wow. Can we
Hang
get
on.
Maddie on
So
speed dial?
Hang on. So most of the Browns' visits this year were Sanders and Hunter. What if they take Sanders now? Like just in that trade down, pick up some day two capital and go, fuck it, we're grabbing our QB.
actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, they probably will. They
I
probably
think it's a
will,
real possibility.
unless they get Mason Graham. But
Yeah,
if the
Mason.
Patriots take him, then who would
Yeah.
they take? I'm trying to think. What's the number one need for the Jags?
Uh, Wide
It's gotta
receiver,
be.
defensive line,
Probably
guard,
there's a lot of
and
spots.
cornerback. So
There's a lot of spots. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Jags have to take.
I
The
think I
Jags
think
would
it's
then
going to
have
be
to
Hunter.
take
Jags do make
Travis.
that splash.
So the
Yes.
Browns. So who are the Browns gonna take? That's weird.
Yeah, I think the Browns, yeah, they've been locked in. We've been locking them into Hunter or Carter for the whole time. Think as our guy Ramon said, Mike Silver, like he said this like 10, 20 minutes ago. He was saying Mike Silver saying Jags are going to make a
Jags gonna make a
splash, and then they
splash, and they
make the
did.
big splash. Yes, this is massive. Wow, all our
Browns
mock drafts just thrown out the window, boys.
Browns have a lot of needs as well, though. Like not really outstanding needs, but they've got a lot of aging, high-paid players that they
Oh,
should slowly look to move on from. So they could really go anywhere at 5.
another one that the Browns could look at 5. Outside chance is Genty.
I wouldn't be surprised if they trade back again. Like remember a couple of months ago in the group chat, I was saying like if I was the Browns GM, I would trade everyone and everything. I'd be trading back. I said I would just start a full fresh rebuild and look to be trying to compete
You
in
know
two
what?
to 3 years because the division they're in, like the AFC North, the Bengals, the Ravens, and the Steelers, like they're not in a position to compete.
No,
And
nowhere near. I actually think now at at 5 they're probably going to take a non QB, but then those extra picks that they've sort of got, they'll probably trade back in.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
as you
definitely a
can see,
possibility they could trade back up. They've got the capital to do it.
yeah. So the trades, Jags traded a 2026 first round pick as well as their second and fourth round picks and the fifth overall. That's what the Browns got. And so the Jags are going to get the second overall pick, a fourth round pick, and a sixth round pick this year. So, wow, the Browns getting an extra first, boys. I think the Browns, very rare W. Pick is in. As you guys can see in our draft tracker we have live here, top needs for the Jags included D line, CB, O line, and wide receiver.
Yeah,
So
it's Travis Hunter. They'll let him play
it's got
both
to
ways.
be.
He
Hunter.
can
Yeah,
he
it's
can
going
be
to be
a
Hunter.
solid number 2 to Brian Thomas and still focus on the defensive side of the ball. He'll get to play both ways like he wants, at least for a little while. I don't think he will for a long time, but first couple of years, I think a team will let him play both ways.
Yeah, our boy Isaac too. I mean, he's saying Browns could get Mason Graham, which would be massive. They can get a guy like him at number 5, and then they can just have an extra first next year. Who knows how well the Jags will do? It'd just be interesting. I think definitely though, with
Yeah.
how this is going, wow,
You,
I just want to see the Travis Hunter pick for the Jags because
you
yeah,
know you know how much I love Mason Graham, Manjot. Like
yeah.
if he's there and you've got Miles Garrett on the outside, those two are just going to eat together because you double team Miles Garrett, you're going to have a bit of pressure coming up the middle then with Mason Graham. He's had some sort of arm length concerns and things like that, but his speed and violence at the position, he's going to make an impact on that team if he goes there at 5.
Hmm. Yeah, so
Has
it
to be
just
Hunter.
has to be Hunter for sure.
You know what? They must be willing if they're trading up, they must be willing to play him on both sides of the ball because he wants to do that.
Yeah, I
Hundred
think
percent.
I think they know.
You don't make this
Yeah,
trade and then select him and then go, nah, you're only playing at corner.
yeah. Ramon, very interesting there. Cleveland setting up for Archie Manning in 2026. I think that's definitely consideration for a lot of these teams at the bottom or at the top of the draft order, shall I say, at
That,
the bottom of the league
that's
standings.
the way to do it though. If you want to guarantee a shot at Manning is to accrue capital.
Yes.
You can't go in
Mm.
there just relying on your own first round pick.
Here we go.
You're
Goodell
gonna
walks
need to have
in.
the availability to move.
Is that Armstead?
Yeah, wow. Here comes Goodell. There's our boy Eric Armstead.
Yep. You're
Got to be Travis.
Kobe Trump.
yep. Yep. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, so Travis Hunter, two boys, to the Jaguars. So I had him at two to the Browns, but there we go. Wow.
Oh,
That is it.
we still got the player right, just the team wrong.
Yep.
I didn't think we'd see a trade until pick four at least, but and that's what I mean. Like that's not an egregious amount to come up to two compared to a lot of years. That just shows the depth of this draft class, really.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Shout out as well to the chat, very active today. Yeah, that Travis Hunter pick just got everyone buzzing. Everyone has just been really surprised. I think it's a big splash, as Ramon has been saying, from the Jags, and I think here, as you can see, Hunter just coming on stage, he's getting hyped. He's very happy to be in the NFL. He's very happy to be a Jaguar too.
I think he's just super excited to be going to Florida instead of Ohio. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would too.
like the old Joakim Noah, Cleveland. Who goes to vacation in Cleveland?
Yeah, I mean Jacksonville has quite nice beaches and everything. I've just been waiting, boys. I wonder what our boy Matty C would be saying about all this. I wonder where he's at.
Uh,
Yeah, was
Matty C would say that Travis Hunter looks too big to be a wide receiver. Remember, they've got to be 5 foot and 42 kilos.
Yeah, so I will give myself credit because I had McMillan going to the Jags at 5. I will give myself credit. When that report came out the other day, we were talking about it, Nick, me and you on the side with some of the 49ers boys. Those reports coming out from ESPN said the Jags were looking to make a splash at 5. They're looking to make a big move at 5. I was thinking wide receiver. Liam Cohen would love someone like McMillan, who's like a Mike Evans sort of mold. I think
Yeah,
we just saw here with Travis Hunter, they get an even
yeah,
better athlete, I would say, and he's a guy that can play on both sides of the ball, and it's going to be interesting how they use him. I think the way Trevor with Brian Thomas Jr. and Trevor Lawrence, Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter now going to throw to them. I think it's going to be very interesting how Trevor goes with this one.
yeah. It sort of the thinking makes sense now because, like I said, they'll definitely play Hunter as a receiver now as well. So really interesting. I would have thought more than anything they probably would have traded back to go get like one of those receivers later on. But yeah, I suppose when you've got the opportunity to take probably the best player in the draft, you go do it.
Giants pick is in now. So, as you guys can see in the draft tracker, thankfully that's all working as well for the viewers at home. Can't show you guys any of the screens, of course. We're not getting ourselves cancelled today. We've built this YouTube channel up pretty well, boys. Big shout out to all the podcast boys and all the Aussie Grind Network boys. We built this channel well. I'm not risking it today.
Actually, Manjot, just a quick IDP note too. Like I think
Yep.
Travis Hunter going there, he's definitely going to play receiver as well as cornerback.
Yeah.
He might be my number one pick in IDP leagues right now.
Yeah,
It's
that's a
already a
good point.
possibility.
Yeah,
He'd
because
probably
he's got to
be
play
number
both
one.
ways.
He'd be number one, and if it's super flex, it'd be still be Genty, then Ward, and I'd go like that. But yeah, he's just secured the number one spot with that landing spot for IDP leagues.
Yeah, for anyone out there who doesn't know what an IDP league is, it's an individual defensive player league in fantasy football. So basically, just you get to play individual defensive players. Like you can play a Nick Bosa, you can play a Travis Hunter now. It's just an incredible step up from like normal fantasy football where it's offenses and a team defense slash special teams and a kicker, that sort of thing. It's just incredible. Love it. Me and Kev are big fans of it. I mean, I'm in a couple of IDP leagues. I'm definitely targeting Hunter if I've got first overall in any of them. So yeah, I'm
He'd be
onto that already.
he'd be getting
So
points in a flex as well in a flex league because you can
yeah,
pay. You still get points obviously for picks and stuff.
yeah.
Surely,
Depending on how that works, yeah, that'll be interesting how it works. Um, with how that would work with a normal fantasy league. Like, does Hunter also get the points for the interception, or would just be team defense? I think
It's just
usually,
team defense. Yeah, I've
yeah,
tried it
you'd be
tried it in
team
the past.
defense.
Um,
It's like a
yeah, right.
returner.
yeah,
Yeah,
returners and special teams, those players will still get a touchdown point. But yeah, as far as
Yeah.
defensive touchdowns, interceptions, just
So
team
it'd
doesn't
only
actually
be
go
so
by
it'd
the
only
player
be an
skill.
IDP league that he'd get the double up.
Yeah, IDPs, yeah, 100%. So he's easily the number one pick in IDP leagues now.
Here we go.
here we go. Here's the Giants. Roger walking up.
Yeah, makes sense. Alright. Well, at least I've got the one,
Free
two,
from
three
free,
right
boys.
so far.
Yeah,
Not the
free
team.
from
No one
free.
got the trade. I don't think anyone got the trade.
We got the players. There we go. Carter's in. It's on that
God,
draft tracker too.
that's gonna be such a good defensive line next year, isn't it?
Yeah, Thibodeau and Carter. Gosh, that's a good duo. And
Dexter
I
Lawrence.
yeah, Dexter Lawrence, of course. Big, sexy Dexy, of course. I mean, those three, that's an elite defensive line. And I like what the Giants are doing there. That's why I had Carter going to them. Even if they missed out on Hunter, I think Hunter was probably a little bit
Mm,
more of a feeling of a need for them. But I think Carter himself, just adding him to the Giants, is a really good pick.
yeah.
I just had my DAZN just lose the whole coverage. Said the rights to this have been disallowed. I was like, fuck.
I was gonna say
Dang.
my rights are still allowed. I don't know.
It's back now, but I had to find it in a different spot in DAZN. I don't know what happened, but yeah, it just got out of it completely.
The streaming service sucks, doesn't it? Shout
Yeah,
out to
Not
Zone for
optimal.
ruining the NFL.
It's still better than
Soon
when
to ruin,
hockey went to ESPN Plus and that. Yeah.
soon to ruin Foxtel as well, boys.
See that
Yeah.
handshake that just did? What's Roger Goodell turning into, man? I thought he was a boomer. What's going on?
Roger's
He's
trying to
doing
seem
weird
super cool.
handshakes. What is this guy doing?
All it
Just
is the
yeah.
more streaming services and things that are paying them money, the more money they all earn, the higher the salary cap goes. Everyone's happy except the people paying for it at home.
Yeah,
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, shout out us. I mean, yeah, one day hopefully this YouTube channel becomes big enough that we can, pay for it ourselves. But look, boys, until then, we gotta pay for it with all our hard work. So yeah, it's just how it is. But looking at how everything's gone with Carter, I think as well. Looking at these number 11 I'm seeing on the NFL Network coverage, just number 11 at Penn State, very important. I think Carter being one of those players as well shows how much he was loved in college, and I think Carter, first team All American and just incredible player. I think he's going to be good. As we see another trade, we've got another trade here. Our guy Ramon, all over it again. Just
Where's he
gonna,
finding this? I'm
It'd be
yeah,
waiting
on
to see
Twitter
Schefter's
somewhere.
tweet.
It'd be
he's
on
on.
Twitter somewhere. That's where you normally find them. I can't remember who I used to follow last year that gave me basically everything about a minute before it got announced.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to get it through Schefter.
yeah, boys. I'm not looking at Twitter, lol. I'm trying not to look at Twitter because I'm like, let's not spoil this for the viewers at home. Yeah, I think they haven't actually traded yet. There's no trade. I think this is just rumors at the moment. I got Ramon, man. He's I think he's just giving us the rumors, boys, and not an actual thing yet. So it hasn't come through yet. But I think they're looking to move down again. That's what I'm seeing.
Ramon, give us your source.
Yeah, we need a source, man. Bit isolated.
Source was Kev's mock draft earlier today. Bears come up.
Yeah. Look, the Patriots pick is in at the moment, so just waiting on the Patriots. We all expecting Will Campbell here, boys. I think that's where
I
they're gonna go.
I don't know what the Patriots are doing. Honestly, Will Campbell seems to be the option, but Mason Graham's an option. They love the trenches. Shit, I've had some people mock Genty to them at 4 just to replace Ramondre.
Yeah, I was a bit
I
more.
have Graham.
Yeah, I was leaning Campbell. I feel like I kind of had the. Yeah, so it's Diana Rossini. There you go, boys. That's where the rumors are coming from ESPN's Diana Rossini. Yeah, but I had Campbell mocked at them when I did my mock draft this morning. Just feel like that's where it's been just the whole time. I think
Oh,
I've
hang on.
been.
Hang on, sorry. Cleveland Browns are taking calls from teams interested in the number 5 pick. They're open to
Oh
moving
yeah.
down again. Okay, so they're open. Okay, that makes sense.
That's a
So
smart
if this
smart
pick
idea.
is
That's what
Alright.
I said. Even at 5, like they could move back again if they've got their eye
yeah,
on a guy later in the draft. Why
I
not keep
would
trading
not
back?
mind
You need
that.
a lot of shit.
Yeah, I would not mind them stacking up a few first. Actually, it's very interesting too. Like I think this is they were saying on the coverage of ESPN was like the third time there's been a live trade in the top 5 picks, in the common draft era. So when they're on the clock, that is. So yeah, it's just yeah, just very yeah, very interesting place here for the draft as a whole. I think with the Browns, with them being on the clock, with the Patriots pick in, I think the Browns could definitely look at going down again, and I would like that for them. I think if they can get a team like the Bears or the Broncos who want Genty, someone who wants Genty, then I think this is where they need the trade. So here is pick is in from the Patriots, just waiting for everything, as of course on the zone stream. They're showing some lawn care ads, boys. We like to we like to like just kill some weeds, don't we?
It's going to be Will Campbell, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, look, all these ads are. I always love them American ads. From time to
Oh,
time
I
as
love them.
well. Yeah,
But I've
so
noticed, I've
good.
noticed, I don't know, this must only be when I watch NBA games. It's either phones, cars, or food.
Yeah,
That's it. Phones, cars, or food.
definitely.
It's good though.
Um,
You can't watch
yeah,
it if you're like around. But that's the problem when you watch like stuff that's in America. It's usually around lunchtime and stuff. So it gets you real extra hungry, and you're like, "Fuck, I could do with that burger right now." You know, it's not good.
yeah, definitely. So it's gonna be interesting for sure. I think, yeah, definitely, Kev. When we're talking about sources that we go to spoil draft picks, I think for me, like on Instagram, JPA Football, I always unfollow him on draft day because I don't want the spectacle spoiled. Okay, I'm not like that guy who's shouting out every NBA pick that one year because Woj spoiled it. I'm not that guy. I want the spectacle. You know, I'm more in the draft for the spectacle of it than being like, okay, yeah, they're gonna draft the same guy. We find out a minute earlier. Yeah, so yeah, okay, whatever. I'm in it for when they actually announce it. So that's why today, boys, I've been off Twitter all day, making sure that we don't spoil the stream. Yeah, so we just waiting for the Patriots here. As you can see, the pick is in. Our draft
This is
tracker's actually tracking pretty well, I think. I just had to refresh the page after pick one and start tracking by itself, so shout out there. Which jersey you got on today, Nick, by the way?
well, it's round one, so I had to take
Yeah,
our best round one selection in some time.
mm,
Nicky B.
definitely Nick Bosa. And for me, of course, Jerry Rice, another
Yeah,
first round
I was
selection as well.
I was gonna grab. I said I had to wear someone that we've drafted. I was gonna go Kittle, but I thought, no, I'll do that tomorrow because he was a second day pick.
Yeah,
Actually, no, third day pick.
third day, yes, with the fifth round. All right, here
Pick is
comes the
in.
Patriots.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, the boys. Let's go. Will
Oh shit!
Campbell.
Apparently,
Fourth and four.
Browns are stuck and pick, and stuck and picked already, and the Raiders are on the clock.
Oh, yeah. Just see that draft tracker has moved to Will Campbell and still says Browns on the clock, but it looks like maybe the draft track is just a
Will
little bit
Campbell.
behind. Yeah, picks in. You're right there, Kev.
Yeah, well, the
Just a little
coverage
behind.
coverage said the Raiders are on the clock, and I was like, oh shit. Um,
Yeah, which coverage you on now, Kev?
Still on the zone. It came back. I just had to go into a different thing, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
think the Browns do take Mason Graham here, which means the Raiders are sitting there with a couple of really good options. They could take Genty. I don't love it. I'd love him to fall to the Bears, but also I think they could also go defense here as well.
Definitely. Yes, I'm definitely getting my McMillan pick wrong. I'll have to say McMillan at five for me is going to Jags, just because of the rumors. I didn't expect them to trade off, so that messed up my fifth overall pick. Everyone was saying the draft starts at five, and really, with how it's gone so far, I think the draft started at two for me with that
Yeah, with
trade.
the trade.
Yeah, draft
Definitely.
definitely started at 2.
Yeah, but I think it was pretty much the same picks we were expecting in the first four, boys. We're expecting these four in the first four based off all the rumors, and really, it does start at five technically, so I can see that. But really, all the action did start at two, as we were just saying. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Interesting to see how this the rest of it shakes up. So pick number five coming up. Let's see what we.
Good on the Patriots though for
I
picking
reckon
in
it's definitely
Drake
going to be
Mason
Mason Graham.
protection. Well done by the Patriots for actually doing the smart selection.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
think
Mason Graham would have been good at selection as well.
The Browns have locked into Mason Graham. I reckon it's just makes a lot of sense to me, and I think he's probably one of the better players on the board.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Mason for sure. You got to take best player available. I think Mason Graham at this point is best player available, and I think you're on the money here, Kev, as well. So definitely Browns, Mason Graham, I reckon. So looking at Schefter, just going breaking my rule, going on Twitter a little bit. Projected Patriots offensive line from Drake May got Will Campbell just drafted at left tackle, Cole Strange at left guard, center Garrett Bradbury, right tackle Mike Onwenu, and right tackle Morgan Moses. So it's pretty decent offensive line, boys, for the Patriots just to protect their young QB as well. And Isaac, you are right. Isaac, you are right. The draft does start at 1. We know it does start at 1.
Nah, he's being a smart ass now. Typical Rams fan.
Started at two.
Yeah,
We all knew who was going one. No one expected the big trade up at two.
yeah. Let's see what we can get here for um the Browns. I think definitely Mason Graham here. I think it's gonna be Graham and then Genty. So that's how I'm feeling with this one as
There is a
well.
real chance that they take Genty at this spot. I don't know. I got a feeling that they're obviously not sold with
Oh,
what Jerome Ford or anything like that. But Nick Chubb has been injured so much, so if they're not going to have a quarterback, they need a running game. Like they
But
got to score points. They need more than 7 points a game. Like
I, I think the amount of capital the Browns have on day two now, they're going to go with one of those Ohio State running backs on
yeah.
day two and take the best player on the board here, which is Mason Graham.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like them Ohio State boys. I mean, of course, playing with them on the video game boys, I can't even lie.
Oh,
That's one of the things that
Henderson's my number two back in this class, not Hampton. I
yeah.
love Travion.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I just see Hampton going at in the first round compared to Henderson, who's more a second round. I don't know. That's why I've been seeing all these mock drafts. So that's why I
Yeah, no,
had
no. Hampton will go today, but I think
yeah.
Henderson will be the better back in the long run.
Yeah, that's how I view it too. Actually, yeah, like with mock drafts, it's very interesting how to view it because I mean, like the way I do it, as you guys probably do it as well, is like a prediction of what the team will do rather than rather than what you believe who's better, that sort of thing. And I think for me, yeah, Henderson, I do agree there, Kev, is a better back. I like Judkins as well. That spin move on College Football 25, can't even lie. That was broken for a while. Holy frick. Like, freaking, I could spin like 20 times with Judkins in that game. Holy shit. That was one of my favorite things to do in College Football 25. Um, yeah, just gotta say it. Doing my scouting, boys. That Judkins spin move is good.
here
Here's
we
the
go.
pick for the Browns.
It's interesting to see Jeremiah's top available players there. He's got both tight ends back to back inside the top 10, which I find surprising.
And the pick is Mason Graham. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Raiders on the clock, as you guys can see, just moving down our draft tracker so you can see the next few teams. Pick is in for the Raiders at the moment as well.
Raiders take Genty here, I reckon. It's just been
Yeah, they
Genty
have
one of
to.
slam
those
dunk.
cases of where there's smoke, there's fire. And I think
Yeah,
I don't think it's the right selection for them. I think they have a lot of needs in a very tough division, but I can see it. Like, yeah.
definitely. I'm really, yeah, really. It's been interesting
Smart
for the
selection.
Raiders. Yeah, since losing Josh Jacobs last year, they had no running backs. Like, fuck, that running back room was so bad last year for the Raiders. They desperately need a guy like Genty, I reckon. Especially a guy who can run over people, he can just do well. I mean, like in the college football playoff when he was playing against Penn State as well, Genty had a tough time, but that's because they had 8 guys in the box just to stop him. Because pretty much he was the whole Boise State offense as well. Sorry,
Yeah.
Boise State. Yes, Boise State offense. There we go. Got it right the third time. Yeah, so he was the only guy on that whole offense, so they could freaking stack the box against him. So, I mean,
I,
100%. I would go with Genty. I think he's shown he can still be effective despite them going all out to stop him.
I think too, like with Ashton Genty, like everyone knew that he was their main offense. Most teams stacked the box and still had great games, but Penn State
Yeah.
obviously, went all the way to the national. No, they didn't. But they went on a pretty good run there. They had a pretty good defense. There's a lot of players in day two from Penn State, especially the safeties and that are probably coming out this year. Um, and yeah, I think Ashton Genty going to the Raiders here is not the pick that I would have made for him, but I'm also a bit biased because I had to watch DeAndre Swift make negative yards per carry after contact most of last year, like a friggin' muppet that he is. God, I can't wait till we got someone else. Come on, Travion Henderson, day two, Bears.
Yeah, I would say 100% got to be Genty here for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be Genty. I do like going with the tackle or defensive player personally, but I think Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, they're going to lean on the run game. They don't really have the receivers they had in Seattle. Get him a weapon. It's going to be Genty. Take a bit of pressure off him. I
Yep.
would have loved to have, if Mason Graham fell, pair him up with Max Crosby on that line, but instead the Browns do it, which I think was also a good move for them.
Well, they've got Wilkins as well, so that would have been Wilkins and Graham, and then Crosby as well. So that would have been a that's a pretty good D line.
Hmm.
So I guess this
Yeah.
Smart selection by
means
the Browns.
if the Jets don't take Tyler Warren, I'd put a fair whack of money that he goes to Bears at 10.
Yeah, Raiders run the pick in for
You
Genty.
reckon?
Get it,
You
lol.
reckon the
Yeah,
Jets
thanks,
go early
Isaac.
with
We
a
got
tight
that
end?
one. That was like a good pun there. Good dad joke. Yeah,
What was that, Nick?
definitely.
You
Sorry,
reckon the
Nick.
Jets go with a tight end?
They
Mm,
could, I reckon. It's a possibility. Justin Fields loves the tight end, like we were talking about last year when he started for the Steelers, and I said to Taylor and Matty that he loves a safety blanket tight end. David Njoku was a top 8 tight end whilst Fields was the quarterback. And also their new coach, Aaron Glenn, he basically picked Fields to come in. He knows what he likes, what he can do, and he probably looks and goes, this might be our best option here. They've got a
Yeah,
good running
true.
back. They've got a good wide
But
receiver. Tight end is a pretty glaring weakness for them.
mm.
yeah, that's true. But also they haven't gotten the offensive line right for a while, and I know they've been trying to hack it for some time.
Well,
I
the
just think
other
that's
pick I
probably
had them going with was Armon Membu with,
yeah.
at
Yeah,
That's what I
tackle.
had.
So it's
Membu's the
basically
guy I had.
between those two to
Here
me.
we
If
go.
if they take Membu, I think Warren goes to the Bears. If they take Warren, I don't know what the Bears are going to
Yeah,
do.
there we
Probably
go.
look to trade back.
Yep.
There we go. It's
So
Genty.
far, my mock, the only thing I had wrong was the Graham and the Campbell. Obviously, didn't have the trade.
Yeah, I would have look if I knew about the trade. I would have gone Graham at 5. I went with the risk of McMillan at 5, but here we go. Genty at 6. Everyone.
But
Uh,
I had Graham at 5 in a lot of mock drafts because I had the Jags picking him at 5.
Yeah, a lot of that's where I was thinking as well. But when all those rumors of the splash came, as you guys can see, Genty just coming in on our draft tracker as well. Aston Genty, as you guys see on the screen, if you're watching the Zone stream or the ESPN stream, just some of the highlights he can get away from defenders, run over defenders, just incredible what he
It
can
is
do.
insane.
Yeah,
185 yards per game.
yeah,
That's insane.
that's such a big that's such a big difference, and I think as
It's
well
insane.
with how the NFL has gone, boys, as well. Last year, I mean, Saquon took over. Year before, CMC was taken over. Like as you can see, next gen stats, top overall scores for running backs in 2003. Genty, third best prospect coming out there, or equal second, shall I say, with
Yeah.
McCaffrey and B. John Robinson. So couple big names there. Reggie Bush was number one. I mean, Reggie Bush was just different in college, so it just shows you the level that Genty is at, and really he was definitely up there for Heisman as well. I think it was pretty hard done by, in my opinion, for the Heisman. With him and Hunter, it's a
Agree.
very interesting debate. I think I would have gone with Genty. I have to say, but I'm a Hunter fan. I'm a Colorado fan, so I'm okay with that. So, but yeah, Genty though to the Raiders. I think the Raiders getting their pick. The fans are hyped. Genty fans are hyped. It's yeah, I'm just excited for the Raiders. I think they can just feed Genty and Bowers. I think those two in fantasy boys. I think they'll be good picks in fantasy.
The one thing about the Raiders is like Genty's going to see friggin' 200 carries a game. Basically,
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's going to be a massive part of that offense. I think the Bears were a better fit just because of the improvements we made the offensive line and the things Ben Johnson likes to do. But Genty would have been like from a fantasy perspective, my number 2 landing spot for him would have been the Raiders. So it
yeah,
still works out. He's still the best, probably rookie pick in most formats.
Yeah. And just looking at Ramon here on the chat, he said Genti's gonna make Gino look half decent, and
Nah, no one can
really
do that. No one can do that.
it'd be
All right,
interesting.
what do we reckon, boys? Jets. I'm going
Pick is
on
in.
member.
I think Membu here. I've been going
Membu,
Membu the whole time.
they're going offensive tackle.
Yeah. I feel like
Yeah.
Membu and then Jalen Walker at 8 to the Panthers. Those are the two guys I've seen mocked to those two most. So I'm expecting them to go back to back here.
Yeah, I'm going member. Panthers are interesting though. Like they honestly, they could go with a wide receiver. I don't think they will. They could also be a trade back candidate because of all the defensive players that are still on the board.
Yeah. I think it's interesting to think about that trade just real quickly. I'm just looking at the Browns draft party. They're saying don't stop believing. I think with that trade as well, really, I think both teams could say they're winners in that one. Because if Hunter can play both ways, you're essentially getting two players in one. And if Hunter can play both ways, you could say that they're getting two players in one. The Jags, whereas the Browns are getting two contributors as well. So we see Isaac, our guy, saying Loveland as well. So yeah, it's interesting which way this one will go. So Loveland could be a pick here for the Jets as well. I don't know. That's an interesting debate with the tight ends we were having earlier, boys. Still feeling like Tyler Warren's the number one.
I think he's the better player
Yeah,
and more versatile.
Yeah, Tyler Warren's the overall better player. In my eyes, quite easy.
yeah. Let's see what the Jets do here. Look, recent years as well with the Jets, I mean, them developing offensive tackles hasn't been great as well. So it'll be interesting how they go about if they do pick Membu. I think that they should pick an offensive lineman in Membu. He'd be a pretty good pick for them. I just, yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit worried about his development though, because a few of them in recent years for the Jets, they haven't really developed that offensive line greatly. It's just been a sore point for them.
They have to fix it up. I know they've been
Definitely.
hacking at it for a while, but they have to get it right.
Who was the tackle they took last year?
For Shanu.
Um, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So Olu and oh geez, Armon Membu. That's a pretty solid, stout looking
That's a
tackle
solid
pairing. I
pairing.
think
Yeah.
they're going Membu here.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Fashanu. Yeah, he was that first
I
round
knew
pick.
they picked a tackle I liked last year, but I couldn't remember who it was. So.
Yeah. 23 they picked Will McDonald. Just it's just on my screen here. Just talking about the first
Sauce
round pick
Gardner.
since 2010.
Garrett
Yeah,
Wilson.
sorry, since 2020, shall I say. Yeah, so I mean, like a couple of the picks at tackle they've had recently haven't been as great as expected. They haven't developed them as well, but I think with this new regime, they could definitely find something in there, for sure, as well. Yeah, so just waiting for the Jets here. Hmm. Wondering how the Jets will go with this one for sure.
I can't even remember who I mocked to them this morning. I think it was Tyler Warren, but yeah, I don't think he's the pick here now.
I only do think that Membu is further up the board only because he had a really good combine, though. I think
One of
that's the
those
main reason.
athletic freak sort of guys that rise.
Yeah. Here we
I
go.
still think if Josh Simmons was healthy from Ohio State, he would have been my number
Yeah.
one tackle in this class. I would have taken him before.
Here we go, boys.
Yeah.
Oh, Manjot, you might have to be my whole
Yeah.
draft coverage tomorrow. I've got a fair bit of housework to do, so I might just have to jump on the call and listen.
Yeah, there we go. Membu at 7. Membu at 7, boys. Nailed every pick. Nailed every pick.
Righto, so
Wow.
Panthers, I think it's defense, or they could be a real trade back possibility if someone wants to come up and leapfrog the Saints or the Bears for someone.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Yeah, I think yeah, pick 8 for a trade would be big, especially with a guy like I'm thinking. Yeah, of course, like a guy like Sanders there, or another quarterback. They're thinking of like Dart. It's gonna be interesting. Yeah. So yeah, definitely, Kev. I did forget as well that I will be streaming tomorrow, of course, boys. If you want to join me for day 2, as long as I'm fully awake by like 9 o'clock, then yeah, we'll be live. We'll be live for sure. Yeah, as long as my voice can hold up too. I mean, I need some water for sure. Have to get one in the next ad break for sure on the stream. Shout out to everyone watching the stream. We've had quite a few viewers as well. It's been interesting. First of these live streams today, of course, Nick, you're going to be on the second one tonight. All of us going to be tuning into that Good A Grind stream. Going to be reacting to all the picks afterwards. The Panthers pick is in. Saints are on the clock as well. We're just notifying you all of that. Be sure to, of course, subscribe, share our page, guys, please, as well. Get us up to the 1,000 subscribers. We're doing pretty well,
Ooh.
doing really well, guys, on the page. It's been an amazing year since I really started locking in, and the boys started locking in as well with the YouTube. And a massive shout out to all you guys for the support over the past year here. And really, it's just the beginning, for all of us. And it's great as well, Nick. I shall say, you and the GG boys been doing some video podcasts on our feed. It's interesting. Get to see your faces more often, and it was actually great actually for the Draftapalooza episode, the mock draft where you four all come and combine into one mock draft. That is just that was just so much better to watch than to listen to, I reckon, as well, with all the picks up there.
I
Remember
think
how I said before that I wouldn't be surprised if the Panthers do go receiver sometime in this
Yeah.
draft. I honestly think they may take Tet McMillan here just kind of
Mm.
FU the Cowboys and a few other teams that were probably thinking he was going to fall, especially considering some people had him as a top 5 player in this draft.
Yeah, definitely. Like me. Yeah. Yeah, I was one of those guys having the top 5.
I think they're going to pair. My thinking is I think they're going to pair Will Campbell across from JC Horn because defensively they were so bad last year.
Mm. Yeah. Will Johnson has been a great corner, though. He's been a great corner prospect in some regards. I mean, his testing, though, has been a concern. Some of the injuries have been a concern. But when you watch him on the field, there's definitely signs that he is the best corner in this draft. And yeah, it's been very interesting just looking at where he's been marked. And some places have him as high as like 8, 9, 10, 11, that sort of range.
Mm.
Some places have him even in the 20s. It's just he's a very fascinating prospect, Nick.
My other thing, Nick, is though if they give Bryce Young a weapon because he doesn't really have a number one wide receiver. He's coming in the final year of his rookie deal. You need to make a decision about his 5th-year option. You've traded all that to get up for him. You get him a weapon, a wide receiver, a good tight end here, and say, prove it or lose it. Basically, this is the year to do it.
it's gonna be interesting. That's the problem though with the Panthers is that they've got so many holes at the moment. So it's like where do you actually go with it?
Well,
I
that's
get
why
what
I
you're
thought I
saying.
thought they'd be a trade down candidate. But as soon as I said the pick was in, I was like, well, they obviously
Yeah,
really like someone here. To me, it was trade
because
down and take defense. But if they've
yeah,
stuck at
because
pick, I think they've identified an offensive player they really want.
yeah, because they could have gone down and maybe gotten another receiver and then also someone in their secondary.
They could have traded
Um,
with Dallas and then taken whoever out of Johnson and Barron that you guys didn't take at 11 if you just went corner.
Yeah, so see the Panthers pick is in. Just had to take a quick break there, guys, while the ad was on. Just had to get some water, but we're back. Ramon here in the chat as well. Him and Isaac been carrying the chat today. Shout out to the boys there. Panthers pick will be a surprise, and let's see, if it does surprise us here. A lot of places have them taking Jalen Walker. I know I certainly did, and it's going to be interesting to see where we can go with this one. So the pick is in, just waiting on what the Panthers will do. Any final predictions for this one, Nick and Kev?
I'm going offense. I think, like I said, Bryce, you were at Young's last year. They throw an offensive player at him as a prove it, or we're moving on, because they need to make a decision on his 5th year option.
here we
Give
go.
give me give me Tet McMillan.
Here we
If
go.
they traded back, I'd say defense, but give me Tet.
There you go.
Wow. There we go. Kev on the money.
I actually really like that fantasy too because they don't have a true number one, and I was worried about him going to, say, Dallas and playing second fiddle to CD Lamb. He is a great
Yeah,
landing spot for him for fantasy.
definitely. I think he'd be a guy to target in that mid-round range for sure. Like, say, like 8th or ninth round. If McMillan's there, I'm taking him in fantasy. I think that's a good call there, Kev. I think he's like I mean Phelan's had some good moments in fantasy over the past couple of years, but he's getting older. You know, you never can expect a lot from a guy who's over 30. And I think a guy like McMillan, as you can see some of the highlights we're seeing on the NFL Network feed, like gosh, he is like a Mike Evans type of guy. Ramon, yes, you're right. Kev was on the money with that one with McMillan.
Saints are a bit of a wild card here. Like
Yeah,
they could
It's either gonna
go
be it's
they
either
could
gonna be
go Tyler
Shador or
Warren, they could go
Will
wide
Johnson.
receiver, they could go defense, they could go offensive line because they've got a lot of aging players on big contracts. Like there's so many ways they could go here that
yeah,
it became easy to pick Shador to him after Carr's injury because he had no idea what the frick they were going to do.
yeah. God, they've been in quarterback purgatory for years now. Their pick is in as well. Your Bears on the clock, Kev. I'm just gonna scroll down a little bit here on the draft tracker for you boys.
I
Yeah, keep
really,
it.
really hope we get Tyler Warren, but I just something feels like I'm going to have my heart ripped out here, and the friggin' Saints are going to take him.
Yeah, I've
Or
been.
Nah, I think the Saints are either gonna go Shador or they're gonna go Will Johnson.
I love
Yeah,
Shador for him, but I don't know. Like I have a sneaky suspicion that they could look to move on from some of their offensive line that they've got. Yeah, they just keep rolling dead cap over year after year after year. They've just got to cut bait somewhere at some time here and start replacing some of those guys. But I don't know. I think it's cornerback or offensive tackle. I can't see him going Shador. The
Hmm.
Shador side's going to continue.
Sanders or Dart? That's what Ramon's asking. If they had to choose one, if they're choosing a quarterback, who they go with? Sanders or Dart? I
Shador.
think I'm.
Yeah, Shador.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
I'd
Shador's
they
a better
go
lean.
player than
Shador, but
Jackson Dart.
I don't think they will go quarterback.
I think Dart is like if they had to choose one, I think Sanders is definitely the safer guy. I think Dart, I can see him have a higher ceiling than Sanders because of some of the physical attributes he has. I could see that ceiling be a little bit higher than Sanders. But I think overall, if you want the safer prospect, I think definitely Sanders is there. And with all the pressure he's gone through in college and with the poise and leadership he's had to show all all of the college process, I think Sanders has shown a lot to show that he is the better player. So I would go with Sanders over Dart. I do agree with you boys there.
Yeah, I think if you're Jackson Dart, you're definitely hoping that you sort of fall to the Rams, because I think
Yeah,
with that you get Sean McVay, and you sort of get a year to sit at least behind Matthew Stafford. So it gives him a good opportunity to really learn and develop properly, um, because he's coming into a much more complicated system as well than what he had at Ole Miss.
definitely. So Saints pickers in. We'll see what they do here. McMillan just went to the Panthers. Kev on the money with that one. See what the
Well,
Saints
Shador looks
do.
happy here. I don't know what's going on.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know. There's some
I don't know.
hints, but he's not on the phone.
Yeah, he's
Maybe
probably happy he
probably
didn't go to the Saints.
probably Dion's on the phone. That's my guess.
It's very. I think he's just dancing
What are
some
you gonna do with
music
my
here.
boy?
Yeah, I was very. I'm wondering, like, did they invite Shador to the draft? Like, did they, or did he decline, or something?
I think he
Yeah, we
got
got.
invited. He got invited, but he's not obviously declined.
Yeah, we got our guy Tyler. Shout out Tyler for joining in. He's saying higher ceiling, but needs to sit behind a good QB for a while. New Orleans can't provide that, so they should take Sanders to start a QB now. And I think that's where we're leaning, boys, as well.
But I think to actually that's a good point. An extension that to your point, Kev, is they've been pushing that bucket for that dead cap down the road for some time. If they can get Shador and Kellen Moore can figure it out, at least that they know, okay, we've got the quarterback spot, and he can at least put paper over the cracks for a lot of holes for them. They can go through the process of trying to clear out that dead cap, and then go, okay, what holes do we need to fix, and then they can look at defense and everything like that.
Yeah, Saints, they need to just hit purgatory for like 4 years to clear
Here
all
we
their
go.
dead
Here
cap,
we go.
but they're not going to. I reckon they're going offensive line. I don't know
Here we
who
go,
here
boys.
because
Ah,
after member, it's a crapshoot. Like,
Kevin was Kevin was right.
Kelvin Banks Jr.
He's
to
not
the
going to be happy.
Saints.
oh really? I'm a few seconds behind you guys. I can see the appeal in Kelvin Banks. He's not someone I would have picked in the top 10. I have him like 15 to 25 sort of range.
Yeah,
But I can see the appeal why a team would take him. But that's probably why I was a bit high strung in your one the other day, Nick, when I was not very happy with you guys taking him at 10 for the Bears.
I had him. I
Banks.
had him at 11 to the Niners myself this morning when I was doing my mock. So
No, I had Banks. Yeah, I had Banks going to you guys, so I thought it was going next.
pick is in for the Bears. Kev got the Bears on the. Their pick is in. 49ers our boys. Nick,
It's,
they're on
it's
the
Tyler
clock.
Warren or defense here. I reckon it's going to be Tyler Warren. The way they
Yeah.
talked him up through the off season.
Shout out to our guy as well, Tyler, another Bears fan for you there, Kev. He's great dude here in the ACT League as well. Love speaking to Tyler about everything. Big Bears fan himself, and he's very good defensive minded guy. I wonder if they go defense for our guy Tyler, but look, Kev, who would you want the Bears taking? The pick is in. Who are you hoping it is?
To me, I want Tyler Warren or Walter Nolan. I could see
Yeah.
either one of the two, but to me, they're the two major ones. If they go cornerback here for someone to pair with Jalen Johnson, it just really shows because we've paid Kyler Gordon, we've paid Jalen Johnson, that Tyreek Stevenson is out. He's getting traded, 100%. But I reckon it's Tyler Warren or um, defense here.
The Saints
Tyler's
now.
hoping for O line.
The Saints could be a candidate to maybe trade up later on, back into the end of the first.
Oh shit! Sorry, boys. I've got notifications for some Bears people, and I just found out the pick, and
Oh, All right, we're gonna find out soon. Don't worry, Kev. We're gonna find out soon. You've been behind us. Now you're ahead. Shout out. Also, just gonna read some chat messages here. Yeah, Tyler. He's saying he's hoping for O line for you boys here, Kev.
Nah, we don't need an O line, man. People don't understand. Our tackles were good last year, and we've just revamped the whole interior. You don't draft an O line to sit on the bench in round one, and there's not a
Hmm.
left tackle I'd take here without trading back down. I already know who it is, and I'm I'm a little bit disappointed, but I'm also pretty excited.
Oh, here we go. Let's find out who it
A
is,
little bit
Nick. We'll find out
disappointed.
together.
Is it a lot? Oh, I'm trying to think who it is now. I'm trying to pick who it is.
Well, I
That
think I
he's.
said I want it to be this guy, and it wasn't, but it's similar.
Do we have a schedule release?
Alright, just say the pick. Get on with it.
Do you want me to?
No,
They're
not you.
advertising the schedule release.
Not you.
Yeah,
Why are they
I wonder,
advertising this
boys.
shit?
Yeah, I wonder what we Yeah, I wonder what we do with the schedule release, boys. I'm sure Nick, you and the GG boys definitely coming together for a schedule release show for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like we did last year.
Yeah,
It's
May
always
14. Okay, yeah. All right, we need to know when the schedule
Is
is going to
this
get released.
this so you can talk about how the Bears are going to beat the Vikings twice a year, just because Ian's not here to whinge about me?
It's May Thursday, May 15th here in
We're going
Australia.
from worst to first, boys. Worst to first. Worst in the division to first in the division. Oh my God! Just say the name already. I'm sick of knowing and not being able to talk about it.
Oh my god, Kev is. This suspense is killing Kev here. Yeah.
I'm
Kev's
actually getting
losing
more and
it.
more on board with it the more I've got to wait, but it's still not the one I would have taken.
How loud are the boos, boys? I mean, I'm listening, but
Oh,
I'm listening to you boys a bit more because I'm
we're in
watching my
Green
computer.
Bay. All 85 people in that whole state are probably not happy. Bunch of wankers, trailer park meth heads. There's
Oh man,
probably a big cousin wedding going on right now that they're all at.
Alright, here we
I,
go.
I love
Easy,
this
Roger.
beef. I love the Packers and the Bears. All right, here we go, boys. Me and Nick gonna react to this live. Kev a bit delayed.
Oh yeah, but I already know. But you boys go nuts here.
Here we go.
I think we honestly tried to trade up, but we couldn't. Glad to give Mungo a bit of a shout out.
Yeah. Poor guy, Steve McMichael, man.
Shit, he
Feel
battled
for him.
ALS for a long time.
Yeah. Legend. '50th anniversary of Walter Payton selection too. Dang. That was the team, honestly.
85.
1985.
My
That was the
phone's going
team.
off. I think we've already made our choice.
Oh, see.
I wouldn't be surprised because they're dragging this out. I wouldn't be surprised if the Niners have already either
Yeah,
made a
it's already
move or
come up
fixed
on
someone.
our.
Here
It's
we
already
go.
come up on our tracker.
Oh,
Here we go.
It's come up on the tracker.
yep.
Loveland.
It's Loveland.
Yeah, I told you, it's like I thought it was going to be Warren. I don't
Yeah.
hate Loveland. Warren's a better all-round tight end.
Niners pick is
Um,
in.
Yeah. What do you
Yeah.
boys think you do at your 9-11?
Ooh.
The offensive lines and defensive lines have kind of disappeared here.
We're taking. Uh.
I'm wondering
eh,
about Warren. I'm wondering, but we just pay like we. I've seen the boys Yeah, okay, Niners pick is in. Ramon's happy.
I think it's
All
going to be
right, boys.
Harmon or Green. Harmon or Green.
It's got to be an edge rusher, please, please.
I
All
think
right,
that's what it's going to
you
be.
boys.
The one out of
Yeah,
It could
Georgia.
if it's Campbell or Walker, I'm not going to be upset. I'm
What
not
what
going to be
about
yeah.
upset.
It's got.
what
Please
about
be
the
some
one out of
defense.
Georgia?
Please be some
Um,
defense.
Walker,
no, Williams, Michael.
Williams.
Michael.
Yeah, I'll probably go some other guys before him though.
So
Mm.
I think he's kind of a fit for you guys being able to flip between the edge and linebacker a little bit as well. Um, not who I'd take. I still can't believe Mike Green hasn't gone.
Oh, yeah. First,
Mike Green would be who I'd
see.
take.
Uh,
My
yeah.
my mock is all out of whack. This thing is gone.
Yeah, yeah. Colson
This
Loveland
thing
just killed
is
all of
well
mine.
gone.
It's way gone. Yeah, no. It's gone from Cole Komet to Colston Loveland.
No, no.
Right, Kev?
I can't do that.
Now it's Cole. It's the Cole train.
Yeah.
Cole. Two tight ends, buddy. 12 personnel. Here we go.
Just like J. Cole said, it's a cold world out there as well.
Cole,
No, I can't check my phone. I was gonna check it. I can't.
I can't check it either. This is for live dramatics, Nick. You
Because
know,
there's
this is
really
this.
so many ways we can go with this. Like we could go corner, could go edge rusher, could even go linebacker.
I'm having a feeling. I have not checked my phone, but based off what Ramon has said in the chat, he says refer to my first comment, and he's talking about Tyler Warren. So I'm having a feeling it's Tyler Warren.
Don't tell me it's
I
Tyler
was all
Warren.
in on you guys getting Tyler Warren. I think it'd be fucking fantastic, but I
I don't
understand why
understand.
he is.
No, but I don't understand that pick if we're getting Tyler Warren. That makes no sense to me.
Keep my boy Kittle, please. We did just pay a tight end as well.
So are we just?
in
Are
free
we just?
agency?
Yeah. So we're just gonna go out of 12 personnel the whole year or something.
Shit, yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping he means
Keep
like
Ross
the
on his
first
feet.
comment
Your
he ever
receivers-
made.
Your
So what was
receivers
the
can't
point?
stay healthy. You might as well run two tight ends.
Here we go, boys. The
Wow.
pick is in.
Nah,
Is it
won't
going
be.
to
You'll go,
add?
So
you'll
then we're
go
gonna have
defense.
Ayuk.
It's going to be an edge rusher.
We're gonna have
Oh, it's going to add.
Pearsall. We're gonna have Jennings. We've still
Yeah,
got
but
Hughes
Ayuk's
check.
going to get
Hughes
hurt
check's
again.
probably.
Pearsall's going to get shot again, and no one knows what Jennings is going to do.
Yo,
Gonna get shot again.
that's crazy, Nick.
If you go on defense, you'll go defense, and like it's a good selection. Really, there's enough on the board to make it worth it.
I think defense, even though we should be going offensive line, I don't think it's.
I
I'd
don't think
rather
there's
us
an
probably
offensive
trade down.
lineman.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no lineman here you'd want to take
Like, we
unless
could-
you're sold
Yeah,
on Simmons' knee.
Yeah, like I'd love to take Simmons, but I think we could even get some extra value. Like we could trade down about 10 spots and still get him. So unless we're
See-
doing that, we'll just go defense.
All right, I've just got to put a point in there as well for what Ramon said. His first comment. Well, his first comment about a draft prospect today was Michael Williams' partner Bosa. So it could be him too. It could be him too. All right, I'm
I
playing
do
mind
like
games
Michael
here in
Williams.
the chat. I'm playing mind games here with the chat today. You know, love you all in the chat today. You know,
We do need run stoppers more than anything. We do need run stoppers.
oh man,
So either
someone
one of
like
those linebackers, Harmon. I think it's going to be Mike Green though. I think we
I
also
do-
need a run stopper.
Geez, if you need a run stopper in the middle, it's Kenneth Grant out of Michigan, but I think it's a bit early for him.
yeah, I could get him tomorrow, I reckon, or trade up for him or something.
Yeah,
I
he'll
think-
go in the 20s. Like, if you wanted Kenneth Grant, you'd be trading back. But it's the other
Yeah.
thing, you also need a team wanting to come up. I'm still shocked we took Loveland over Warren, but look, I can see the appeal.
Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, Ramon likes it. Isaac's saying Mike Green here. Ramon's loving the fun we're having here in me deciphering his messages. I think this is a whole game in a game here for us
Oh yeah.
today. Love the interactions. I think, you know, just been an incredible day. Actually, been enjoying this. Should have a few guests on later, boys. Actually, I do have an Eagles fan playing to come on later on, so We'll get his reactions to the Eagles pick. Shout out to Ibs there. So he's been planning to come on for a while. He's just going to come on later. Hopefully we get to see Brad later on. We did invite him on. We did invite Nick and sorry, Ian. We did invite Ian as well, of course. GG host. He's a bit busy at the moment, of course. Um, but he could be coming in later. So we still have. It might not just be us three boys, but you know, for us three, I think we're just a terrific trio for sure in terms of draft coverage. You boys coming back tomorrow, Nick? You coming back tomorrow? You got like state or anything?
No, we don't have it to stay or anything because we don't play games to about another 5 weeks or so. So
Hmm.
yeah, no, we're just training at the moment, just trying to get stuff organised and
Ah,
yeah, because
yeah,
we've only just recently started training, so we're
yeah.
very much
So
behind the eight ball.
yeah, I think Tyler might have just gone out of the stream, boys, just a little bit, but he wants to know what the consensus was from us on the Bears pick. I mean, talked about Loveland a little bit, then we start talking Niners a bit more. But look, Kev, I'm gonna start with you, Bears fan. What's your full thoughts on Loveland?
I like it. I had Warren as a top 10 and Loveland going 14, like not slipping past there, sort of thing. Most mocks. I understand the appeal. He's a different kind of a tight end to Cole Kmet, more of your pure receiving
Yep.
tight end, kind of more in that Sam Laporta than your traditional blocking sort of a tight end. I think it's the weapon Ben Johnson wants. I kind of makes sense
Hmm.
now. He name dropped Tyler Warren each interview because that was a smokescreen. They wanted to make sure Loveland came to them. And your boys' picks coming in.
Here we go. Yeah, the boy. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's,
I swear to God.
I thought they were going to actually announce the pick there.
yeah, I
Yeah,
thought.
so did I. Don't look at the screen, Manuel.
Shout out Packers for booing.
Nice to see Packers fans love you boys too. Not as much as they love us, obviously, but
Yeah. Shout out to all the
Okay.
soldiers, by the way.
Nah, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, let's go. We got our guy next to Bosa. I'm pretty happy with this one. Pretty happy with this one. Georgia Bulldog. I'm pretty happy. I gotta be honest. The guy opposite Bosa has been a massive problem for us since like 2020. It's been something we haven't sorted out. The 49ers getting that. It's been the guy. It's been a guy I've really want to see just Phil and Michael Williams. I'm really hoping he's the guy. We've had glimpses of D Ford, like he was decent. Of course, Drake Jackson had some good plays before he got injured. Now Michael Williams, first round pick. They're saying he's a raw pass rusher, so maybe he's a bit underdeveloped. But
He
yeah, there
is.
we go.
That
Ramon on the money, Ramon. Right there,
that's
he
why.
said.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's why I had other guys ahead of him because I think he's probably a guy that's not going to be hitting the ground running straight away. So, but suits positional need, nevertheless. Nevertheless, suits
Definitely.
positional need.
I'm really interested to see what the Cowboys do here because, like, receivers a need. Um, Interior
Yeah.
offensive line, they've lost a few people. They could even draft an edge rusher because they want to dick around with Micah Parsons and still not pay him. Um, yeah, I just got a feeling Jerry Jones is going to reach for someone that I don't like for them here.
I'm not
Yes.
upset. I'm not upset with the pick. It feels the positional need. I just think we could have probably gone for someone a bit better at the position. That's the only thing.
Definitely. It's a I think for me, I'm pretty excited. I think with Michael, I think we can develop him a lot better. It's we have the pieces around
All right,
us. Like
all right.
Chris Cas-
Watch. Watch
Oh, what's
watch
Dallas
this.
happy?
Watch
Oh,
this. Shador Sanders. Can you
Nah,
imagine that?
it's
Can you imagine? That would be the most
oh.
Dallas thing ever, man.
Look, let's
they're gonna take an interior offensive lineman a lot earlier than anyone else would have thought. And Jerry's going to think it's the greatest pick in the world because that's what he does. It just
But that would be a good selection though. Like if they take Booker, that's a
they
good
do
pick.
need one. Yeah, I don't think there's one I'd value at pick
Here we
12 in
go.
this draft. And
Here we go.
it's got to be, if they do, it's got to be Booker from Alabama. But
Yeah.
here we go.
I don't see how you couldn't trade back and take him. Let a team come up and nab an edge rusher or
Yeah.
someone they need.
Nah, good pick. Good pick. Smart pick.
Yeah, I'm liking this Booker pick.
Smart pick.
Yeah, I think I was. Who did I have to them? I golden to them, but I was wanting them to get a. If I was Dallas, I was wanting to get a O line because I think when they draft an offensive line, that guy's always nailing it. I think they always nail when they get an
Yeah.
offensive lineman in the first round. Like more often than not, compared to other positions, Dallas drafts better at O line than anywhere else. So I think for Dallas, this is a very smart pick here to get Booker, especially with Zach Martin retiring. Just a good replacement, I think, for
That's it,
Martin.
Zach Martin. I was trying to remember they lost someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, uh, generational guard. I mean, gosh, I don't know if you boys play like Madden Mobile back in the day, but getting Zach Martin and Marshall Yonder cards back in the day, those were good.
Beast.
You know, yeah, they're always the guards I wanted. You know, now I want Nick Cosme on my O line at guard for sure.
Yeah. Nah, they can't afford me.
How much Madden cash would I have to pay? I probably have to pay 150 real money in Madden cash. How much Madden cash that is now, just to
Now I
even
want
have a
that.
chance at you.
I want that Trent, Nutrition Worst money.
Yeah,
As a guard, mind you.
yeah, wow.
Now, good pick. Good pick. Dude's a monster. He is so fucking big. I would honestly, if we had taken him, I would have been happy with that
Yeah,
too. Booker at 11.
yeah,
But I think considering how much we lost on defense, it's probably like we need. It's a need pick more than a talent pick. So such a Dallas pick though.
I
They
think
either go really smart or really stupid. There's no in between.
yeah.
Miami here, like obviously they need a massive O line overhaul, but the value's kind of fallen for defense, and they do need defensive line and
I
cornerback.
go defense. I go Walker here for Dolphins. I agree. I think Isaac was saying that as well here. He's saying Walker. I think Walker for Dolphins would be good. I think
I
they
had
need
Harmon
guys.
in
They
mind.
need a lot of guys in that front seven. That front seven sucks
Could
out
be
there.
could
I
be
did have
Walter
For,
Harmon for
Nolan,
mine.
could be Kenneth Grant, or they could even be take one of the first cornerbacks here because they've fallen.
so Parsons staying in Dallas
Yeah,
with
well,
that pick as
actually,
well.
that's a really good point because if they do end up trading Ramsey, they might take Will Johnston here.
They've got Will Johnson and Jahad Barron both on the board. I've got Jahad rated a bit higher, and
Hmm.
they've still got two or three really good defensive linemen here, which is also a need. I think it's cornerback should be the spot. You can't go to war in the AFC East with their cornerback room they've currently got.
Yeah,
I'd go
definitely. I mean,
Jahad Barron, but I don't know how they
I
feel about it.
I think they need more toughness, in my opinion, than speed as well with the Dolphins.
And
Like,
there's not a lot of difference in the tackles and defensive linemen on the board now than what you're probably going to find in
mm,
the second round. I'd go the cornerback here if I was them.
yeah, just while we're waiting, just gonna recap all the picks for you guys out there. First 12 done. We've got Cam Ward, consensus number one. The Jags traded up to second overall pick, took Travis Hunter. Abdul Carter, everyone was expecting him to go to the Giants at 3. Will Campbell to the Patriots at 4, again expected by most. Mason Graham at 5 to the Browns. Expected by most as well, I'd say, in terms of spot, not in terms of team, of course. Genty at 6 to the Raiders. I think a lot of people were expecting that. Same with Membu to the Jets at 7. We got the Panthers taking McMillan at 8, which was an interesting one. Everyone had them taking Jalen Walker, but McMillan, the pick here, and I do like that one as well. Kev was on the money with that one. Number 9 to Saints getting Calvin Banks Jr. Number 10, Cavs Bears getting Colston Loveland. Our 49ers, Nick, got Michael Williams at 11. And the last pick we just saw there, number 12, Tyler Booker to the Cowboys. So, boys, interesting draft so far. 12 picks in. Who would you say? I know it's very early, and I know you boys are probably going to cover this tonight on Good Day Grind, Nick, in the live show. Winners and losers so far. I think for me, I'd throw out the Browns as a winner. I think the Browns getting extra first for that trade is just incredible. I think they can definitely have more swings at Arch Manning next season as well. It'll be good for the Browns, I think, to have just stack some picks and just get a bunch of contributors. And I think just getting an extra on next year is pretty good.
Even with even with the Jags trading up, I think they did well
Yeah,
to get into that spot and then get Travis Hunter. So they
yeah,
probably gave up a lot, but again, as I said, sort of last week, you're getting a player that's raw offensively, but defensively is quite stout. So if you can get both sides, man, and he's going to play both sides, they will give it to him because they're not going to trade up just for him to play one way and give up that much. And they know he can play both ways, so there's definitely some upside. Like if he works out to be what he was in college, it's gonna be a
Yeah,
great pick. It's gonna help.
Browns.
It's gonna help Trevor.
Browns are the big winner of the day for me. Really, I've been saying they need to kind of do a reset for a long time, and that trade back was a good trade for them. Really, they've accrued more capital in a deep draft this year. They've got an extra first next year, and they've probably got my number 4 player on the board at pick 5. Yeah, it's kind of a win-win for them so far.
so here we go. Pick is in for the Dolphins. Colts on the clock. Yeah, I think gotta go defense. I reckon they gotta get a good defensive lineman here. That's how I'm
Yeah, I
feeling.
can see it. Like I said, the cornerback would be where I'd go, but defensive line's definitely an option for Miami. They need to boost the trenches, and the O line's
Yeah,
not really there at this pick.
yeah. Thanks to the NFL Network for showing us where you can find the draft tracker. Not
Yeah,
that we've been using it
yeah.
the whole time on
Halfway.
stream.
Yeah, let's show it halfway through the draft where you can do
Oh.
that.
Yeah, I
Now, I
mean
think the Colts are going to go Tyler Warren. I
Tyler
did get
Warren's
I
a
did get it
block.
right with 2 tight ends in the top 14. I just had them the wrong way around. I
Yeah,
reckon Tyler Warren is 110% the pick at the Colts.
Yeah,
yeah.
agreed.
100%. I'm yeah. Pretty, I'm pretty happy with Tyler Warren on the Colts. I think he would make a lot of sense as well going there. He wouldn't have to change colors much as well. So from college to the NFL level, so just the photoshops for the jerseys would be 100 times easier for him. Just to think about. So here comes the
Ooh.
Dolphins pick. Let's
I
see.
actually like this pick. It's not where I would have gone.
Kenneth Grant. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
So
Um,
Ken.
to me,
Yeah.
like Mason Graham was so effective because a lot of teams, if you watch the tape, doubled Kenneth Grant a lot,
Yeah,
which I never
that's
really
Mm.
understood here.
that's why I had Grant going at the end of the first round.
Yeah, I had him
Yeah.
going in the early 20s. Like this is earlier than I had him, but I like it. I like the pick. They need they
I'm a
need something in the
fan.
trenches here. Go for it.
Yeah, I had him at 22 to the Chargers in my no trade mock this morning. And really, I can definitely see why he's a great player. They're showing some clips here. I think I think as well, this really shows where the draft, like we're talking about the value in the picks between number 10 and number 32. Like the value's a little. much the same between them. Like, there's not much difference between the value guys you can get. Like, these guys are all pretty much starters that you can plug and play for a while, but they're not really stars compared to the top 10. That's how
Apparently,
everyone's been talking about it. So, I think that's why you're going to see a lot of guys go earlier than we expect. And really, this is where a lot of our mock drafts will fall apart, boys. Let's just be
Oh
fair.
yeah, mine's gone beyond.
yeah, mine hasn't been too bad, but yeah, it was always
Yeah,
going to be a crapshoot after the top like seven sort of thing.
yeah.
Um,
Look, Kev, I had to agree with you as well. I forgot as well. Just looking back at my mock here, I did have Warren at 10 to the Bears, and 14 I had Colston Loveland to the Colts. I was right on the money with you, man. So
yeah,
yeah, it's interesting as well. Some names we haven't seen yet. So Walter Noland, I think, Jalen Walker as well. Couple guys I expected to be gone by now. Matt Golden, he's
I,
still out there as a receiver. I was expecting him to fall somewhere in the 10s to 20s, so not too much of a surprise with him.
with
Um,
Walter Nolan, Manjot, he's a really good pass rusher, not that great against the run. He was always going to be a bit scheme
Yeah,
specific.
yeah.
I really had him locked in going to the Niners a lot at certain
Hmm.
points just to get in there as a three tech and just kind of disrupt the interior. But I'm not really too sure where he's going to go now. Yeah, he could go to Atlanta to replace Grady Jarrett, who's come to us. He could go further down. He'd be a great fit at the Bills. They need some defensive line help, but where's he going to go? Who knows?
So Colts pick is in. Let's find out
Colts
what's going on here.
Colts are going Tyler Warren like they
It's
friggin'
got
have
to be
to.
Tyler Warren. It's got to be Tyler Warren. I'm just going to scroll the draft tracker down a little bit. Let's find out who they're going to get.
Geez, yeah, the Colts wasted no time getting that pick in. Really,
there we go. I got a
Here we
pick
go.
right, first time in a while.
Yeah.
woo! I got a couple right. I just got the teams wrong because of that trade up.
Yeah. Tyler Warren there to the Colts. Bang, on the money, boys. As we're expecting them to get a tight end. I mean, yeah, it's very interesting. As Isaac's also saying here, Will Johnson's still there, another one that should have been gone. Do agree with that to an extent. I mean, he's had
Will
some.
Johnson's a chance to go here as well
Hey,
at
The,
15.
Yeah,
the the fall from these defensive backs I find quite surprising, but there is some
Yeah,
like if you're looking at Malachi Starks, there's three or four
mm,
really good safeties available on day two. If you're looking at cornerback, there's some not bad ones available early day two. Like admittedly, these three are a step above those guys, but
yeah,
the drop off's probably not as egregious as other years.
yeah. I had Will
But I
Johnson
didn't expect
dropping
them to
quite a
fall.
bit.
there is
I,
some corner talent later in the draft though, so that's why I
yeah,
think they're falling.
I had
Yeah,
Jahad Barron going to the Cowboys for a long while too. Just versatile defensive back, give him someone to pair up, and yeah. But
I had JD Barron as well. I went with him first at 16 to the Cardinals, and then Will Johnson at 23 to the Packers. So that's where I was thinking with that one. So see what they let's see what these next few picks come up with, because I think this is where we get into a bit of a murky territory now. So that top 14, yeah, we could see most of them. I think Kenneth Grant, Michael Williams, maybe sort of guys we didn't have projected as much, but like yeah, I think though for the most part, like the top 14, I would say I had quite a few of them up there, so I'll take that. Yeah, definitely though, boys. I think it's going to get a lot more murky from here on out. Like, I think we're going to have some players in especially, I know every year doing a mock draft, like the back end of the 20s and the 30s, that back end of the first round, you're always going to get a name. You're like, okay, maybe they reached a bit on him and it's a day two pick, but yeah, you can see why sort of thing. Like,
I,
it's just something you wouldn't consider.
I find the Falcons really interesting here. Do you know, it's come up on a few podcasts here. The Falcons have almost ranked dead last in pass, fucking pass rushing metrics in for like the last 35 years, basically. The Falcons
Yeah,
haven't had a top 10 pass rush in in something like nearly 30 years. But
Yeah.
I honestly could see them going like a Matthew Golden or someone here to pair up with Drake London. I don't think they should. Mike Green's
Nah.
sitting there and available. I think he should be the pick, or Jahad Campbell. But it seems like such a Falcon thing to do, to just throw a spanner in the works and go somewhere no one expects them to.
Yeah, it's got more lawn mowing ads and shit on the NFL Network
Like
stream.
how many people had them taking a quarterback at 9 last year? Like if they went wide
Yeah.
receiver here, I would not be shocked. I think it's a bad choice. I think they should go defense. There's some really good players available at positions they need, and they really need to address that pass rush. Their best pass rush has been Grady Jarrett, and he's with us now.
Yep, as you can see right here, open up the draft tracker needs analysis. Top needs, uh, defensive line, cornerback, offensive line. No, it's not their only area of need, but at some point the Falcons have to find a way to turn things around for their pass rush, and it starts with the players up front on defense. Every other team has at least 198 sacks since 2019. Steelers lead all squads with 292. The Falcons have 169 in that span and ranked last in QB pressure rate over the same stretch by Daniel Parr there. So yeah, it's been a pain. I mean, does anyone remember? I know you boys probably remember, but do you boys remember when Vic Beasley had like such a great season, 2016? They went to a Super Bowl, of course. So like that's how long it's felt like since the Falcons have had actual good pass rush was 2016 or that sort of thing. It's just not been there ever since.
Well, Grady Jarrett's been their best pass rusher the last 6 7 years, and he's on the interior. Like it should be your edge guy. The interior guy should be providing pressure, making it easier for your edge defender to get around, but it hasn't been the case. I still think like they do have a need at wide receiver outside of Drake London. I think Matthew Golden would pair perfectly with him, but I still think they should go Mike Green or Jahad Campbell here should be the pick.
Even Stewart. I think Stewart would be a solid pick as well.
Definitely. It's a very interesting spot for the Falcons. We got Isaac here. He's got something for you here, Kev. He said, in my mock, Kev, I had Golden to the Falcons to help out Penix.
See, I like it. Golden, I really like him, but he just hasn't had to prove it sort of tape. But he's got that speed, and that you pair him with a big-bodied outside receiver like Drake London. Look at what Darnell Mooney did last year, just being the speed and straight line separation guy. If you get a rookie on a rookie contract who can develop like along that same trajectory that has better speed than Darnell Mooney had, it could be an absolute slam dunk home run of a pick. But it could also backfire. But they could take the risk here. I would not be upset if they did.
Yeah, let's see what we can do here with this one. So let's see
They
what.
still haven't
Let's
picked.
see. Yeah.
Minute to
Wow,
go.
that clock is getting down to a minute. It's our first one of the night, really, where the pick hasn't. Where we've seen the clock go down this far. Like, I think we haven't seen anyone go down below the 5 minutes, boys. Or is it just me? Have I missed something? Like, I feel like no one's really seeing as we see Ramon just coming back soon, our boy there. So we'll see him in a bit. But yeah, boys, we haven't seen a team go below even 5 minutes. I think all night. That's what I've been seeing on my screen. I don't know if that's the truth, but yeah, gosh, the Falcons pick is in. It is in on the draft tracker. Just the TV's trying to.
They can't.
They're trying to trick us. See, they're trying to play tricks on us, boys.
They
They
can't.
got it
They
down
can't
under
knock
30
their defense
seconds.
here. Holy crap! They
All
can't knock
right,
their defense here. Come on, surely.
this
They
has
can't
to be
stop
defensive
anyone.
line. Has
Has
to be
to be
defensive line.
defense.
Look at
But
this
like
first
I
round.
said, if they went wide receiver, I wouldn't hate it. But it should be defense, 110%.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Isaac. It was getting to potential trade territory, but got it in time. See. Yeah, they've gone offense the last four drafts. They have to go defense first round.
They can't stop
Come
anyone. They
on,
can't.
come on,
No
go
one can lay a
defensive
tackle.
line.
Yeah, it's got to
Have to
be.
go D line.
Yeah, it's got to be defense. I
Gotta be D.
I kind of talked myself into Matthew Golden when we were talking about it a minute ago, but the smart pick would be to go defense here.
Right, Goodell's coming on soon.
Last minute predictions. Jalen
Yeah, who
Walker.
did
Who do I have? I
I
had
had?
Stewart.
I had Mike
Shamar Stewart.
Green at edge.
I've
Well, I
I
had
had
Green
had
Mike
going
Green.
Campbell here
earlier.
for
I had
ages.
Green going earlier, so it could be Mike Green as well.
I've had
Yeah, I
Campbell
had him
here
in
for
my mock.
ages, but I've also not had Jalen Walker and Mike Green available here. So
Yeah.
you know,
Campbell and Walker here, because again that versatility could be something that they look at. So
it's setting up pretty nicely if you're the Bengals here because you really need to address defense, and you're going to have good edge rusher, good linebacker, good cornerback, good safety, all available to you. The Bengals are in a pretty prime spot here at 17. The way this is falling,
the Bengals even at 17 would have to draft defense no matter what, even
Pick is
if they
in.
overdrafted.
Here comes Goodell.
that is Jalen Walker. It's just updated
Yeah,
on
there we
Manjot's
go,
screen here.
Jalen. Yeah, thanks, Kev. Caught me there watching the draft.
I literally had Walker going to the Bengals, so I was not far off.
That's good
Yeah,
though.
good work.
You see Benchwarmer Brandy did a skit there where it's like the Bengals like, yeah, we could go anywhere. We could go running back, wide receiver, tight end. They're like, what about your defense? He said, what gives you any idea we care about defense? We're going to outscore you 56 to 50.
Yeah, I do like this Jalen Walker pick. I mean, I had him at 8 to the Panthers. I thought they're probably going to take someone like him. He's sort of like, yeah, as they're giving a comparison to Donta Hightower as well. Like he's a good leader in the defense, especially in that front seven. I
You
think
watch,
he's he's a guy they need.
you watch James Pierce Jr. just like fall to the friggin' Eagles at 32 or something after being like the number one prospect based on last year that they thought he'd go.
Yeah.
He's going to fall the Eagles with concerns, just like buddy, what's his name from Georgia a few years ago that fell them
Oh,
at
Carter,
10. Yeah, Jalen
Carter,
Carter. Yeah,
and he became a
it's going
Super
to be the
Bowl
same thing here.
winner. Yeah, he was that Super Bowl winner. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like when I was doing the mock draft, and I got up to the Eagles at 32, I'm like, yeah, the Eagles, the pick they're gonna get, it's gonna be a guy. He's gonna be like a star. Like they're gonna just turn him into someone good because that's just what how he's
That's what
gonna
they do.
find someone. He's just a good drafter. Like he probably is like one of the better drafters, except when it comes to wide receiver, where that's his weak point. You know, taking Jalen Rager over Justin Jefferson, that sort of thing. But look, apart from his receiver picks, every other pick he has taken. I mean, Devontae Smith was a good pick too. Just saying. But apart from some of the receiver picks, yeah, it's a bit. It's just so hard to go past him as the best drafter in the league.
This morning, I had Emeka Ibuka falling to them at buddy 32. I don't hate it either. Like he's
Yeah.
a really solid runner in and out of the slot. He's basically guaranteed to be a good number two in the
Picks
league.
in.
And sitting there at 32, you don't know how much longer AJ Brown, whether you're going to pay him again or what you're going to do with Devonta Smith. Even if he's your number three for the next 4 years, that is a fantastic number three option.
Yes, our boy Isaac says we're getting to the halfway point. Wow, boys, 2 hours into the stream as well. Got another
John
two
Bon
hours
Jovi.
left in us. Yes, it's going to be interesting. Just just the rest this back half of the draft. I mean, we're all expecting some trades, right? Like we're all expecting people to trade in and that sort of thing. So let's see what happens. So yeah, there's Daniel Jeremiah's best available. Barron, the cornerback. Campbell at linebacker. Hampton at running back. Golden at wide receiver. Emma Worry as well out there. So there's like his top five of the best available in his top 200 at the moment.
See, at this spot, I honestly thought that McMillan was actually going to fall this far. So I thought
Hmm.
Arizona would go, okay, no brainer, we'll take him. But now looking at the landscape, they could go corner. They could go Will Johnson. There's a few ways they could go about it, really.
I'm kind of
They
torn
do
here
need
for the
defenders.
Cardinals. It could be my top two players I've got on the board are Mike Green and Jahad Barron and Malachi Starks, but I don't know if any of those three actually fit the Cardinals and what they want to do.
So
They've
Nick
got
got some
Calais.
40. Yeah, got some 49ers news here from Jordan Schultz, posted by our SF 49ers, of course, one of my favorite pages. The 49ers reportedly explored trading up, but ultimately stayed put and got their guy at 11 in Michael Williams. So he was the guy all along, and they looked at trading up for him. So I think that was the rumors. They really wanted him. So it's good that we kept our picks. We still have another 10 picks left in this draft. I'm pretty happy with this one actually. So yeah, it's just
It's a
yeah,
bit weird
just
as to why they thought they would have had to trade up for him, though. I don't think it would have gone that high.
yeah. I was always thinking he'd be there at 11. So I think the Niners knew that too. Probably were just trying to test the waters for some other guys. Yeah, I was thinking with the trade ups, like maybe Abdul Carter or something for the Niners. I thought they were thinking of Abdul. Doesn't look like doesn't look like that was in the plans, but
I thought
either way,
Mason Graham would have been a trade up target for a lot of
yeah,
teams.
too.
You're outside of those first three guys. I'd say that might have been a conversation the Browns were having. But looking to move
Mm,
back, maybe the Niners were going to come up, but they just couldn't agree
yeah,
on a price. So the Browns stayed and picked Graham.
yeah, it's very interesting. With when you have the pick already done and you're looking back at all these rumors, and it's like, yeah, these rumors just come out straight after. It's very interesting. Let's find out where the Cardinals are going. Pick is in. Walter Nolan.
Walton Nolan.
There we go. So
My
Walter
boy
Nolan
has
to the
finally come
Cardinals.
off the board. I like
Yeah,
it.
there we.
I like it. I had him going a lot earlier than this. I like this.
Yeah, I had him. I'm going at 13, so only a couple picks back, but not too bad. I'm pretty impressed with that one. Just getting the draft tracker down for you guys. There we go. So Cardinals taking Walter Nolan. Next five picks: Bengals, Seahawks, Bucks, Broncos,
I,
and Steelers. Walter Nolan, boys. I think I like this one though for the
I love it.
Cards.
I've had Nolan going anywhere from 9 to like 13. Kind of has been the whole range. I've had him the whole off season. He's been a late riser for a lot of people, but to me, he was my interior defensive line, like my D tackle two in this class, and that's just purely on upside. Like I don't think you'd take him at number two, but yeah, he was a guy based on his upside. I had him as my number two prospect. It's a guy you'd take a swing on.
Yeah, he's he's got a lot of upside for sure,
Yeah.
and I think especially just looking at their signing of Calais Campbell as well, learning from a veteran like him could be huge for Walter Nolan. We see some of the picks as well from the draft prospects taking picks with the fans. I think one day, boys, we gotta go there. AGN trip straight to the draft. I think just all of us boys go over there, pick a city. I think Green Bay's too small for us boys. I reckon. I think we gotta go to a bigger
We're going to wait
city.
till New York.
Yeah, New York, San Fran, LA. One of those like three. I reckon. We'll go there for sure.
Yeah, well, it's got to be one of those three. Chicago, basically, you wouldn't go to Green Bay, you wouldn't go to Jacksonville, you wouldn't go to Tennessee. Just shit
What's wrong
places
with
like that,
Jacksonville? You
really.
don't want to go to a swamp.
Oh, mate, I live in a swamp half the year up here. I don't know if you've ever been to the middle of Arnhem Land, but it's pretty swampy sort of country most of the year round. If I wanted to go somewhere and sweat, I'll just go outside and be uncomfortable.
Yeah,
There you go. Okay, now he's in our division and our O-line shit. Fuck me.
yeah,
He's going to be a problem. It's not going to be straight away. He's going to flash as year one, But if
Yeah,
they can really
yeah. We
get to
just got
work
rid
on
of
him,
fucking Aaron Donald. You know.
if they get to work on him like year 2, 3, 4, he's gonna be a bit of a problem.
Hmm.
I actually forgot who was even picking next. Who?
The Bengals.
Yeah, Bengals,
Bengals.
Bengals.
Mike Green, cornerback. They've got a lot of options here, and I think they really need to address this
They
defense.
have to go. They have to go edge because I don't think they can afford Hendrickson, which is wild. But
Hmm.
take another receiver over anyone that can lay a tackle.
Yeah, I mean, looking at yeah, just
Luther
looking
Burden,
at
come on down.
you go. Bengals pick is in. Seahawks on the clock. Yeah, looking at the venues, only future venue we have confirmed for the NFL draft is next year. We're going to Pittsburgh. So, boys, we plan a trip to Pittsburgh next year.
Steelers,
Yeah, meet
Steel
my
City.
meet my favorite YouTuber of all time, urinating tree as well. Yeah, gosh, I wonder what urinating tree will be saying about any of these picks. I think he's probably live as well. Uh, yeah, he'd be pretty. I wonder what
Well,
he would say about the. I wonder what he would say definitely about the Steelers pick. He's always got some funny reactions. They got Shador. I'm going straight to his YouTube channel after this. I need to find out what's going on.
so I just got a random notification about the Bengals pick before it happened.
Ah, always happens like that. I swear.
Just
That's why I'm trying
randomly.
to.
It's
I'm
not
staying.
even not even an app I use that often. It just kind of flashed up. And
I'm
that's
staying. Yeah,
I like
I'm
it.
staying off like Twitter and stuff.
It's not who I would have picked. It's the same position, but I like the pick. I think it's good.
It'll come in on our draft tracker before it even comes in
Maybe
on
Stewart.
streams. Like this draft tracker, they've been like updating the shit so quickly now.
They've
It's just good. See
I
what
still I still reckon they move Henderson and get some more day two picks. They've got to save some money.
see pick is in, just waiting there, just scrolling down. Seahawks on the clock.
Oh
Bucks
mate,
after them.
As if
my dream of Matthew Golden JSN pairing is just falling into my lap here if it comes true.
Yeah. I have been looking at
don't say
Seahawks
that.
at
Fuck.
I'm looking at Seahawks in wide receiver or I think line just and either side of trenches. To be fair,
The
that's why I've been looking.
the Seahawks were the earliest I had Tyler Booker going in any of my drafts, and obviously the Cowboys took him, but because their tackles are solid, their interior needs some work. They need an edge rusher. I can see them going wide receiver because they've got an on the decline Cooper Cup and JSN. They've got two predominantly slot sort of receivers. Matthew Golden, I think, could be a realistic option for them here, or Luther Burden.
As if the
Definitely.
Bengals were 25th in defense and not like in the 30s.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive, massive improvement. The Bengals here, like
Yeah.
this whole draft for them should basically be defense and backup offensive linemen.
Hmm. I agree. Just got to load up on those
Address the
positions.
defense and keep Joe Burrow upright should be their two draft priorities.
All right, here comes Goodell. The Bengals pick is in. Goodell just man, he just tries so hard to act cool. I swear, it's just so funny. It's funny and annoying at the same time. I don't know. Goodell,
He's just gonna act like a
come on.
boomer.
And
Come on.
there's Shamar Stewart to the tech from Texas A&M to the Bengals. There we go. Got
Yeah,
Shamar Stewart
like I
They
said,
had him
addressing.
going earlier.
Mike Green's falling here. I thought he would have been the pick, but I don't hate Shamar Stewart at all.
Oh,
It makes me really wonder what's happened to Mike Green and these cornerbacks because they are just sliding hard.
I think
I
the
had
cornerbacks
corners
is
falling.
because they've got cornerbacks later, but I think Mike Green maybe it's because of the conference he played in is not as strong, whereas
Yeah.
Jamal Stewart played in the Big Ten. Um, so yeah,
Yeah, I wasn't super high on Green to be honest, compared to you guys. I mean, I know I had him in my draft at 15 to the Falcons. I know that, but I wasn't as high on him like a lot of people are. I wasn't seeing him in that early teens as much as a prediction of mine. I think he's just more. I don't know. Yeah, I definitely see the question marks around conference and everything. I'm definitely not as high on him as some other guys are because of that and because of some development he needs and that sort of thing. He's definitely got the physicals, but I think definitely needs a bit more development, and we're not sure about him compared to the competition and that sort of thing. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. I do agree, but I think I can see why he's falling. And look, I wouldn't be surprised if Seattle takes him. He sounds like a guy that would go on Seattle. Like it just sounds like a Seattle sort of player to take
But you got to
right
remember,
now.
it's basically a whole new regime in Seattle compared to what you've been used to for the last 10
Yeah,
years. Um, yeah, I'm really, really interested to see what the Seahawks do here because I've basically given them a offensive lineman like a Tyler Booker or a wide receiver basically every
What
draft
I
here.
give him.
yeah,
Well, I had Tyler Booker for him.
Yeah, Tyler Booker. This is the
Yeah.
earliest I'd going. I don't hate the pick for the Cowboys. Like I said, it's not where I would have gone, but I can see the need, and they've obviously done well with interior offensive linemen in the past. So
definitely. See what's going on here. Look, boys, I gotta be honest though. Like in terms of doing the live stream and everything, it's 100 times easier than what I used to do on draft day. I mean, if you guys saw some of them pastry press clips, like yeah, back in I think 2021, 2022, and 2019, I just met up with my boy Jack, and we used to just like record like our TV and just do the pics, and then like we'd post them up like straight after. Man, that got exhausting after a while. Honestly, that was pretty exhausting. So just talking to you boys today, 100 times easier for sure.
Well, the odds
100
that
times
Antonio
easier.
Brown comes out to do the Steelers pick.
Oh yeah, what's the over unders on that?
The CTE ESPN.
Uh,
actually, like
that
after the Seahawks, the next three picks are really interesting. The Bucks really need defense, and they've had the best cornerbacks, best safeties fall in their lap here. Um, the pass rushers kind of haven't fallen the way they would have liked. The Broncos, they've missed out on tight end, but I think Marion Hampton is sitting there just right for them to take. Or they've also got all the wide receiver options, and then the Steelers. Like everyone wants to know, are they going to take a QB at 21?
hmm.
They have to, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that they don't.
I would laugh so hard if the Steelers took like Jalen Milrow and Shadua Sanders just like sitting there on camera at home. Like,
Look, I've got to ask as well just about Gray Zabel, boys. I had
well,
him going at 18 here to the Seahawks. I don't think that will happen now because there are better players still there, especially Golden. Because I had Golden going earlier. I think I think with Seattle, yeah, I can definitely see them. I can definitely see them take Golden or someone like that. But Zabel will be interesting. I don't know. He's
yeah,
been one of the guys that's really risen in the past few days. I know Daniel Jeremiah had him to last Nick in his mock draft yesterday.
I love
Um,
Zabel. Manjot, like you and I had spoke about him before. I think
yeah,
his best positions are going to be on the interior, but
mm,
he has all five position versatility.
definitely.
Um,
Actually, Kev,
he could be a
it's
really
funny that
good
you
pick
said
here.
it's funny that you said before about being invited to the draft because I think Milrow was actually invited to the draft,
Yes,
so
he
someone must
was.
be high on him.
I
Like
love Jalen
that's
Milrow, but I just think
yeah.
he's a year away from being a year away. He's a very raw
He's been
prospect.
invited for the last couple of years. Here's the pick, and it's Zabel. Right as we talked about it, boys. Gray
I
Zabel to the Seahawks,
not what I would have done, but I do not hate it at all. Five
and
position
I nailed it.
versatility, and like
Safe man.
they do need interior O line. Great pick. Like
Yeah, I took.
he was a beast at the Senior Bowl. He's one of those guys that rose up, and yeah, he's going to be a good solid player. I think for a long time.
Fuck's
Hmm.
sake.
Yeah, I saw that I saw a lot of rumors Seattle getting him. That's why I had him in my mock. So there's Gray Zabel. I'm pretty stoked that I got a pick like this late as well, just from my mock straight there. I don't know what my mock tally will be compared to you boys on the GG as well. There, Nick, we'll have to
I'm
tally
gone.
that up.
I'm
Yeah,
gone.
yeah,
I
last year
kept
though. Yeah,
I kept having
last year.
Zabel fall to the friggin' Chiefs, and like I didn't like it. I don't want them to have him.
Yeah, I did not want him. I did not want the Chiefs to get a good player. Let's just be honest.
I kept trying to give the Packers a punter in the first round, but it just felt
Yeah.
stupid. Much as I'd
Well,
love them to do it.
yeah, just got some more words here, Nick, about Michael Williams to the 49ers. Josina Anderson said, league source to me on why the 49ers drafted Michael Williams. Versatility as an inside out defender, very young, so his best ball is way ahead of him.
Yeah, fair
Wow.
enough.
Wow.
Fair enough.
I'm They're hyping it up even more. I mean, even our
Oh, you're gonna get
SF9ers
that.
who post, yeah, just our SF9ers very hyped about it. Everyone's just getting, yeah, everyone's getting hyped. Um, Jed York said Salah's back in the building, ladies and gentlemen, which is why I was thinking about defense when the pick was on the clock because
Yeah.
York was tweeting that. Love it when the guys just tweet out what they're gonna do. Yeah, when they're on the clock, of course.
What
Yeah,
do I have here at Tampa? I had Malachi Stark, so
I had Jihad here, Jihad Campbell. So I'm hoping I can nail this one. I don't know. I saw a bunch of
they all
mocks
go
with Jihad
defense.
Campbell going
I
to.
think I had Donovan Izaraku, and he's still on the board. So,
Hmm.
uh, and it's kind of a need for him. Tampa are great against the run, not great against at rushing the passer. So,
Yeah. Who else? Yeah, James Pierce Jr. I had who hasn't gone. Matt Golden's fallen. But I kind of expected the fall, but I thought Dallas was going to go flashy. I don't know why, but
Yeah,
yeah, it's
I
just
thought so too.
I thought
I
they're
thought it
going
would
to go
just be a Jerry
flashy.
thing.
Yeah, I thought Jerry was going to go with the Flash when they should have gone. What I would have done was definitely what they did do in the end in terms of O line. But I had a weird feeling about Jerry. So yeah, pick is in for Tampa. We just got that
geez,
on
Bucks
Draft
made that
Tracker.
pick quick.
Yeah, Denver Broncos on the clock. Broncos on the clock, boys. See what they're gonna do here.
What do you reckon? I reckon Izaraku, like I did in the mock, I reckon he might be the pick here. Or they go with one of the defensive backs. I can't really see them going offense here, but
They did sign in free agency. They did sign the guy that held out for the Jets. Can't remember his name. Edge rusher. It's killing me. Coming
uh,
back. Played for the Eagles.
yeah, they traded for him, then he wouldn't play, and
Yeah.
yeah, I
Oh
don't
my
really
god, it's
know if that's
escaped me.
that's going to stop you from taking a rookie in round one.
Yeah.
So here we go.
But they have had some troubles at the back end as well. So you could get. That's it. Reddick. Hassan Reddick. That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um, so
like in
they've
my
got
head, I
some.
kept going Quinion Williams. I'm like, no, that's not right.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right, here we go. Pick is in.
They could go Campbell here.
Could.
oh shit! I like
Let's
it.
see.
I
Let's
like
They
it.
see.
could. They could go Campbell
We're
because
yeah.
honestly, they've lost some linebackers as well.
Yeah.
The
I've
the
been.
fall of some of these defensive guys is just wow.
Please, please please let me Jihad. I want to get another one right. I just want to get another one right. They're happy.
I want to
Come
get
on,
one
be
right, so
Jihad
I sort of
Campbell.
want Starks.
No, it's a position. I never even mocked the Bucks once in any
Oh
round.
shoot. So LBCBOL.
For sure.
The needs. Let's see.
Like I don't. The more I think about it, I don't hate it, but I just
Oh, whoa! What's Dion here? What's Dion Sanders saying? Junior.
Dion saying
He
you're not as
rejected.
fucking good as me.
Oh, he's talking about Shador, of course. Yeah, rejected. Damn. Shador definitely dropping because of the drama, though. Like, there's no other reason he's dropping except the drama. I feel
But what
like.
drama? But what drama?
Like I'm talking about, like they're talking about like interviews, like his dad and all that. Like he interviewed Paulie. His dad has been like his coach for so long and that sort of thing. That's why
Yeah, but
I'm just like, yeah, that's
yeah, but see,
probably they don't want the drama around him. I
but see,
think.
this is the thing around the drama, right?
Yeah,
Deion Sanders is not LeVar Ball. He's not a distraction. He's
yeah,
a distraction in a good way, right? Because he's been
yeah.
there, he's done it. He knows what he's talking about. He's taken a program for Colorado who was abysmal, and they're a top 25 team. So he knows what he's talking about. Like he would know that he's been in the league, he's done all this stuff.
Yeah.
So it's sort of different. I get there's pressure if you're the coach because obviously you've got him hanging over, but
All right, Egg Buka, the
Yeah,
receiver to Tampa. Wow.
my
what?
draft tracker on my phone updated a while ago. That's why I was a bit surprised
Is-
yours was
That's a
taking
weird.
so long. But
Nah, that's
I don't really hate it. Like if you've got concerns about Chris Godwin, Mike Evans is getting older. But it's not where I would have gone. They need pass rush.
nah.
They need defense.
Wow.
Nah, you know what? It's probably not. It's probably not the greatest pick, only because you've got Smith and who's the other Ohio State receiver? There's another one, and they're coming through the next few years, and they're going to be monsters.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Can't
know.
remember. So this guy's mainly played more so in the slot. So is he going to be a number one receiver? Because that's a big step up. So
They kept Godwin. They kept Godwin. They kept Evans, which is very
yeah.
interesting.
So it worked
He's
initially, but is he going to be a number one eventually? That's what I'm saying.
no, he's going to be
Yeah.
he's going to be the long term slot receiver. But I don't really hate the pick. Um, it's just not where I would have gone for them, especially bringing Godwin back and having Mike Evans. Like I feel like they could have gone wide receiver on day two.
Hmm, definitely. But I think it's good though to add more to Baker Mayfield as well. I think just adding this third one. God,
Yeah, Jeremiah Smith.
I'm just thinking right now, boys. I need to put a moment of silence here for our boy Taylor because he's the biggest Jalen McMillan fan. Holy crap, he'd be kicking himself right now.
I had a Booker going to bloody the Texans. Go back with CJ Stroud in a lot of mocks.
Yeah, this
Definitely.
mock is just gone.
Yeah, the mocks go now.
The
Yeah.
mocks are gone.
You watch the Packers just sit there and they're going to have an actual number one wide receiver like Luther Burden sitting there in their lap, and they're gonna go like an edge rusher or something.
Yeah, Jalen McMillan, man. Just thinking, just telling Taylor about that moment of silence we got. Yeah, let's see what we can get here.
So Broncos, they've got wide receiver and running back, some good options both on the board.
Yeah, they need receiver and backs. I reckon I reckon I'd go receiver. I reckon I'd go Golden here.
I
That's
nearly would too. Like I know there's been a lot of Marion Hampton buzz for them, but
yeah, that's me.
the the receivers here falling into their lap, like Matthew Golden, Luther Burden, they could go either way, really.
Yeah. Gosh,
I'm going to lean a Marion Hampton here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they went receiver at all.
definitely. Yeah, shout out to our viewers who've been watching with us today. It's been incredible. Been really enjoying it. First of many live streams over the draft period and probably over our lifespan on this YouTube channel. First of many like quality live stream, shall I say? Like, I mean, I've done some live streams before, but they weren't as quality as this one today. So, shout out to you boys um, who've been watching with us. Shout out to everyone who's been watching with us. Yeah, shout out to you boys, of course, watching with me today as well, Nick and Kev. That is. So yeah, it's been a great one. So far, Broncos coming up at pick 20. It's going to be very, very good to see where they go here. So, receiver or running back? That'll be interesting. While the boys probably having a quick break, I'll just go through the top 19 picks of this NFL draft so far. So, we're going to start pick one, Cam Ward. Of course, the
Do you want to
consensus
grade them
number
as we
one.
go, Manjot? Sorry, I was just
Yeah,
responding
yeah,
to
yeah.
Nick.
Actually, yeah, let's go with it, bro.
Let's
All
go. We'll
right,
both give it a grade as we go.
yeah, yeah. I'm not sure where you and Nick are at now. I mean, I would
Oh,
take a break too. It's all good.
Nick's gone for the outfit change at half time.
I
Yeah.
spilled something on Nick Bosa, so I've gone Jerry now.
Uh,
Old school Jerry.
Old school Jerry. Oh man, I did not. I ate like some cornflakes this morning, but yeah, let's go. While this ad breaks on, let's try and power through and grade some picks. Early thoughts. Cam Ward, number one overall, boys.
I give it an A. They needed QB. He's the best QB in the class. Just fits a need for them. It's gonna be a tough first year, but I really think it was the right pick for them at number one.
I'd go B.
Yeah, I think
B, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sort of in the middle of you guys. I think I'm going for A minus here. I like Ward. I think he'll be good. I think yeah, definitely it's a weaker quarterback class, but look, I think the Titans did well to get their quarterback. Gonna go number two, Jags, Travis Hunter. I'll start off. I'll just go. I think I'll give this one an A. I like the trade up from the Jags. I think they got everything sorted around Trevor. Now it's now or never for Trevor Lawrence, and they'll know what it is. The picks in for the Broncos, just in case you guys are wondering why there's a bit of a flash on my screen. Travis Hunter, boys.
Yeah, it's an A. The price to trade up
Yeah.
wasn't that bad, and he's the number one player in the class in my opinion. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, can't
A
argue with
plus.
it.
yeah. Number three, Abdul Carter, gone A again. I think definitely he's second best on my board. I'm going A. Just slam
Yeah.
dunk
A
pick.
plus.
Yeah, Cave on Thibodeau and that haven't really worked out for the Giants. Carter's an obvious pick here as the next best player on the board.
Yeah, Patriots, Will Campbell again an A. I think just shoring up the O line around May is just good.
I give it a B plus. I still have a few concerns with Campbell, but I think it was the right pick for them where they were. So solid.
Yeah, I'm about the same. A minus. It's more so of a positional need. I probably would have taken Graham in that spot, but Will Campbell should be serviceable.
Yeah, not sure how long we have until the Broncos pick. So I'm gonna probably stop it off to Genty, but go Mason Graham here to the Browns. I'd factoring in the trade as well. I'd probably give it close to an A on A plus. Like that was
It's A plus for me. He's
A
one of my
plus.
best
Yeah,
players in class.
Yeah.
They've addressed need. They've got extra picks and future draft capital. They need to do a rebuild. It's a great selection for the Browns.
yeah. We're just gonna pause it down. The grades
Yeah.
a little bit. Broncos are coming on. Yeah, pick is in, of course. Steelers on the clock as well. Yeah. All right, we've got that all in position.
You gotta
We'll just get back to grades in a bit.
you got to scroll up so you don't foreskin it.
Definitely. Yeah, actually, you might be right. I might have to just keep it here, Nick. Oh, how far I'll go? 19. Yeah, yeah. We'll just keep it. We'll watch the TV coverage and do it this time.
Right now, Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who is brutally battled cancer.
Right, here we go.
Oh wow!
His way is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true. Take it away, Sam.
That is so weird.
I
That
don't.
is so weird.
I don't hate it.
Ooh,
I don't hate it at all.
wow.
They spent
I-
how much in the off season on defense.
Yeah.
I love Jade Barron though, like I really do. Um,
Are they trying to
yeah,
become
Wow.
the best defense of all time? Like they got Sertan,
him,
now they've got
him and
Barron,
Sertan
they've
are
got
going to be an absolute.
Funga.
Oh
Well, corners
That
are
defense
set.
is. I'll tell you what
well,
Yeah.
defense I'm drafting first next year, and that's fucking Denver.
I'll tell you what I like now is Marion Hampton to the Chargers. Like I don't care they've given Najee Harris a deal. It's heavily incentive laden.
Yeah.
I love him going to the Chargers now.
That's where I had Hampton going to Denver.
Yeah, same. But I
Yeah,
love him going
same.
to the Chargers now.
I actually wouldn't mind that, especially for fantasy as well. I'd be pretty high on American Hampton in fantasy if he went
Oh
to
yeah.
Chargers. That
Um,
fucking Harbaugh would just run him into the ground like a lot as well. Just give
quick
him
one,
force
quick
feed
one
him the
here for the
carries.
Steelers. What do you think?
Oh, I'm still feeling Shador. I'm feeling the quarterback. I've been going Shador this whole time. I knew he would drop quite a bit. I
I
think this is his time.
I reckon I listen to a lot of podcasts driving a truck all day, and a lot of Steelers fans and like podcasts and insiders think that they go defensive line again.
For
Yeah,
who? Steelers.
Yeah,
Mm, I can see the vision. It would have to be a D tackle.
yeah. I think I'm seriously thinking they might. The way that no one's moved up for these quarterbacks or anything, they don't have a day two pick. I don't know who they're going to take. If they don't take quarterback here, they don't have a pick till round 3.
It's gonna have to be.
But
But
definitely.
it'd be the
like I
most.
said earlier on,
It'd,
the most stupidest thing that could happen today is that they don't take a quarterback.
it'd be the most Steelers thing to do would be to go into the season with Mason Rudolph and win 9 games.
There is a possibility,
Pick is
and I
in.
don't see either of those Sanders on the phone.
That
No,
pick is in.
they're going D line. They're going to. He's going fuck the quarterback. Rather getting Rodgers or Mason Rudolph is running this out.
Is there a chance? Actually, no. You know what? I don't think so because there's only been um, one quarterback taken, so I don't think there's going to be any trade ups for quarterbacks because they're all still going to be available.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're all there. The only reason a
Yeah.
team would trade up now is if they wanted to secure a 50-year option.
So, like, the only team that might take a quarterback for the rest of this first round is maybe the Rams as a backup to sit. That's probably it.
The Rams, I could see the Giants or the Browns trading in to get a 5th-year option on a rookie to sit for a year, but that's about it. I actually really like it for the Giants to get Jalen Milroe.
Mm.
But yeah,
There's a real chance.
I think the Steelers go D line here. They don't go Sanders. They don't go
There's
Dart.
a,
They don't go Milroe.
there's a real chance that they go the D tackle from Oregon. Can't remember his name now.
Derek Harmon.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
Mike Green's there. Even
he's been
Campbell.
Harmon's been heavily
Yeah.
linked to him, and
Boys,
Tyleek
I
Williams
think
from Ohio State.
Boys, I think we got another one here. Got another guest here. Our guy here. He's right in time for his Vikings as well. Ian,
Of course I am.
how's it going?
Good boys. How's it going?
Going well. We've been chatting pretty well. The Steelers pick
I
is
reckon
in.
they're
We're
going
waiting.
BT.
Here's Roger.
BT.
Yeah,
Here
Roger
it is.
Goodell.
They're going to pass on him.
Yeah, no, Shador
I
was
called
not
it.
pick
I
yet.
called it earlier on
Yeah.
today. I called it. I can't believe that they're doing it.
I did
can't
say
believe
D
it.
line.
They are going to score.
Yeah.
They're going to average 3 points a game next season.
It's like the anti-Bengals. The Bengals are going, we're going
There
to
they
put
go.
56 points on you, and the Steelers are going, we're going to put negative 30 on you. Let's friggin' go.
I
They're
think
gonna
it's
be-
just. I reckon it's more like they know they can get a quarterback just as good later on. Even
They
if
don't
it's
have
in
a
third
second round
round.
pick.
The next pick's not till nearly the end of
They
round
don't-
3, so
They'll get one.
They don't have a day
they'll
two.
find one here.
I can't see the
they're
Steelers
gonna end
being
up
that
with
team
like
that
a
trades
Will.
up.
They're gonna end
for a
up like
quarterback.
with like a Will Howard or someone from
Or
Ohio
the-
State.
Or they are still incredibly confident that they're going to get Rodgers across the line.
No, it's Mason Rudolph, mate. Mason Rudolph is
Rodgers.
going to carry them.
I said that
He's
earlier.
going he's
I think
going
that's
he's
gonna
going to
happen.
ignite the masses. He's going to be the new Gardner Minshew without a mustache. You
Oh,
boys are going to
without-
love Mason Rudolph.
It'll be with the whole Pat McAfee audience because it's all Pittsburgh people. That's what it'll be.
Definitely. It's gonna be at that. Yeah, that I've been watching a lot of McAfee, and they're gonna definitely go to that one. That one show they're doing. It's definitely Rogers, for sure. They've been waiting. So yeah, we've got Ian on the line, of course, for everyone who's watching. Yeah, Ian, host of Good Day Gridiron. Um, yeah, and Isaac saying Ian coming in to watch Minnesota trade back. I
That's what I'm
wouldn't be
coming for.
surprised.
That's what I'm
Would it be?
coming for.
Look,
I
I
want to,
don't think
know.
I want
there's-
to see those second and third round picks. Give
I
them
just
to me.
don't think there might be a trade now because no teams are really incentivized to actually trade up.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know if the Vikings will get to do a trade back here.
Because
If
there's no
a
real
couple of
reason, like
QBs had it gone, maybe, but I don't see.
because there's a lot of running. Obviously, there hasn't been. Genti's been the only running back, and there's lots in the second round. So there's a
Yeah.
lot of teams that's like, well, why do we need to give up draft capital to be able to go get a guy? You can get it tomorrow.
Yeah, there's the runs on certain positions you've been expecting haven't happened.
Yeah.
I think that changes the landscape a lot here. There's a lot of
There
teams
is
at the back that would love to trade back that I don't think are going to have an opportunity to.
there is a real chance that the Rams could take Sanders as well here.
It'd only be Nick. I think my crazy sort of trade back in scenario, where if someone wants to trade back up into the first round to get like Milrow or I don't know whoever else. Yeah, one of the other quarterbacks before
Yeah, fair enough.
before those high end second round team
Well,
suits.
The other option, Ian, too, is that it's always valuable to have that fifth year option on a rookie QB.
That's right.
So, like, I had the Saints as a team trading back in to jump the Giants and Browns to try and get a rookie QB from 40.
I just thought
Yeah.
this whole thing needed more purple, so that's just why I'm jumping on.
That's true.
Yeah,
but
well,
if I'm
Ian.
looking-
Yeah.
I'd go show you a bit of Navy, but my camera, I don't know what happened, but every time I open it, it's just got my finger in front of it, and I haven't been on it in ages. So,
Are you sure it's your finger?
Hey, there we go. Look at
There's-
Kev on the live YouTube feed.
well,
Yeah,
honestly,
well-
for the Browns,
I did have the camera on earlier.
Do the Browns really need that fifth year option if they're gonna draft, like, let's say Milrow tomorrow?
The Browns need all they
Because
can
they'll
get.
start him straight away.
Yeah.
You'd still want the fifth year option then, especially if he pans out. You don't want to make another mistake of trading for Deshaun Watson again.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
Same
Well,
thing with like how everyone had the Vikings, not the Vikings, Kirk Cousins going there. I'm like, how?
Yeah.
They can barely afford what they've got. How the hell are they
Yeah.
going to get Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna
Well,
spend they're gonna spend $100 million a year on quarterback.
Yeah. I was
On
just
two
gonna throw it in,
quarterbacks
boys,
with
as
torn
well.
Achilles.
Yeah. So I was just gonna throw it in, boys. Yeah. Now we got Ian. Ian, you got any reactions to the early parts of the draft? I mean, when ad break now, the last ad break we're just grading some of the picks in top 5. I mean, all of us were pretty much around an A or a B for Ward. We're all liking Hunter at an A. Giants also an A for Carter. Campbell we were like an A or B as well. And Graham were like all pretty much A plus on that one. Any thoughts on those picks, Ian? And anything else we've missed in the last couple of hours as well?
We're just looking through everything. I've been down at some Anzac Day services this morning, so I've sort of missed a fair bit, but I've been trying to keep up on the text. I love the Jags trading into 2 to get Hunter. That's a great move forward for the Jags, because I think we talked about it on G'day Gridiron podcast. Just when you're a one-on-one player, once in a century, then you go and get that guy. So
Yeah.
I'm not surprised there were a few teams sort of calling around to the Browns this morning to try and get that done.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, there's the obvious ones, Nick. Look at us with our obvious picks. Genty at 6.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, Abdul Carter, Membu, and then
Yeah,
it fell away
Membu.
from me from there. Big time.
I think our G'day Gridiron might be reasonably good, to be honest. I was pretty surprised at Austin Loveland going so early, and especially before Tyler Warren. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
seems a bit weird to me. I don't know what your boys have seen down there, Kev. to think that he's graded higher than Warren.
Hmm.
You think that Jesse
Yeah, no. I also had me and Kev were talking about it earlier, um, that we had both, we had Warren and Loveland switched as well. So
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
But I
as you
think
guys
most
can
of
see
the
on the screen.
discussion, most of the discussion, like throughout the sort of draft news and everything, and all the mock drafts, is that it was really a coin flip between the two. A lot of teams had it that as a coin flip between Loveland and Warren.
Kind of comes down to your preference. Like Loveland is better receiving tight end. He's got a higher grade. Warren's more versatile and a better blocker. And obviously Ben Johnson's already put his stamp on this team in the off-season with the moves they've made, improving the interior of the offensive line. He's looked and gone, that's who I want. I think they tried to make a move up to get Ashton Genty. When that didn't work, he's gone, bang, that's the guy I want. I can do this with him, let's go.
Yeah, just
I love how right you were about the 49ers though too, Nick, from our podcast, where you knew that they were just
Defensive
going to go
end.
edge. Always defensive end.
Defensive end.
yeah,
Defensive end.
The Bucks getting a wide receiver is interesting. That sort of
Yeah, it's
starts.
wild. I don't hate it, but it is
I don't
very,
hate it,
very
but
interesting.
Yeah, it seems like they might be pretty certain that one of their two stars might be out the door after the next contract. But that could just be future proofing as well, considering what happened last season.
yeah, true. I mean,
Yeah,
Goblin
exactly.
did
They
go
both
down.
missed a fair bit of time last year, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, there was one point, there was a few games there where they were without both of them. So,
Just
Yeah.
quietly, 15 seconds left for the Chargers.
well, we're going to do a Vikings.
I still love Marion Hampton here. Like I know they signed Najee Harris.
still on
seconds.
the clock.
I'm
Is
loving
it
Still on the
four?
clock.
3,
Oh,
2,
oh
1.
no! Oh no!
Did they time out? Is it not loading?
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's a Vikings scenario.
2003 Minnesota Vikings did this. Yes.
Let's see if the Packers and the Vikings can
Oh,
get
no,
it over
Pickers
real
in.
quick. Oh, jeez, they must have got it in with like a second to spare.
Who will the Chargers go with? Is this Hampton? Do we think?
I'd love Hampton here, like
Ooh.
with bloody
I'd probably go Mike
Harbaugh,
Green.
but I don't know.
Probably
No,
go for an edge.
I don't think there's an offensive line play here they'd like. There's probably a couple of interior
Campbell.
defensive line guys they'd like, but might
It'd
be a
be-
bit early.
surely.
Campbell.
Do you think that they would go Will Johnson just because he's a Michigan guy?
What about
maybe.
an outside wide receiver though to pair with Lad McConkey? They don't really have one.
Yeah,
Yeah, Golden.
Yeah, like a Golden or a Luther
Golden
Burden.
would be a great pick here.
Golden, Luther Burden, Hampton, they're all on the board here for me, I think, as guys if they want to address the
Golden.
offense.
I go
Oh,
Golden.
do it again. Like he did it with Crabtree with us, he's gonna do it with Golden now.
Who'd he go? Who'd he go?
I think
They're still going.
I can't see Harbaugh passing up on a Marion Hampton here, eh? Like I just can't.
Yeah, the way the running backs value have gone. Yeah, I mean Isaac's saying no Hampton. They've got Najee, yes, but I mean as Kev said,
They sort of need
Hampton's
two
younger,
backs though with that system.
Najee's contract's incentive laden. And
yes,
it's really a 1 year deal if you look at it, and it's heavily
They've-
incentive laden.
They've
They could go Hampton here.
they really do need two backs in this system though.
Yeah, especially the way Najee and Hampton play. Like
But
they
they've
could
still
both
got
see a lot of
Dobbins though,
touches.
haven't they?
No,
I
Dobbins
tripping?
was a 1 year deal. He's gone. Bus is gone. Oh, it is Hampton. Manjot's draft track is just
yeah.
updated.
Yeah, there we go. Hampton on the money again, Kev. Wow. Yeah, there we go.
First I heard
Literally
of it was
one
this
pick
morning.
after.
It
Wow.
was this morning. And here we
Yeah.
go. The shit talkers are on the clock. Bunch of wankers.
That's what I'm here for. That's what
Oh,
I'm here for, Kev. Just to represent
Someone get Pete
NFC
Neal on
North.
the
That's
line.
it, Ian. That's it, Ian. No green on this stream.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not,
Oh shit, my background. I'm sorry, Kev. I have to hide.
Tear it down, Manjot. Tear it down.
I have to hide all the shit behind me, man.
I'm
Who are
not
they
even
gonna
in the
go?
room where I
Like,
normally
it's-
do this. I'm in the lounge room with a sleeping child.
Yeah, fair.
That's gonna be a good fantasy pick too. Hampton behind that offensive line and how much
Oh,
run
I
shares he'll
think,
get.
yeah, I think year one might be it might drop his value and redraft year one just if he's sharing it with Nazi. But I think year two onwards, like a dynasty pick, 100% great option.
yeah, Dynasty. He's a top three,
Hey, top
top
three
five
easy,
guy,
yeah.
easy. I'd go top three. Like I'd put him at a 103, 102. To be honest.
I had Travion Henderson as my number two running back in this class, and
Hmm.
I don't think he sneaks into round one.
I think yeah, it's
I don't think there's
interesting.
any. I don't think there's any need to.
Like,
Hmm.
I think
Unless
that
he
if the
actually
Chiefs
no,
are
he
on the
probably doesn't
board
go
and
to
they're
the
like,
Chiefs.
yeah,
It
I'd
depends on
love
who
Yeah.
him at the
picks.
Chiefs. If he went to the Chiefs, I'd hate it for everyone else. But
Yeah.
I'm wondering whether Will Johnson gets here to the Packers
oh no,
next.
no, I
I
hope the Packers pick like James Pierce Jr.
I
He's a
had
great
Packers
player,
picking
but he
Will
has
Johnson.
off-field issues, and then he gets arrested in a week.
I had Will Johnson
Or
to the
and
Packers.
then he goes on
You
live
know who the
national
Packers are
TV in
taking?
court, and
They
he
have to
goes
take Campbell.
national TV in
They've
court, and he
got
goes,
to.
"I had to do something. If you ever been to Green Bay, it's boring as shit. That's why I got arrested, so I could get out of here."
Holy crap, we got so much Packers dissing on the stream already.
You got
Gosh, we
two
just lost
NFC
that.
North guys in here. It was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we just lost our whole Green Bay audience today. Yeah,
Uh,
so to
What do we have? Nick, the official G'day
Nick,
Gridiron mock draft. We had James Pierce Jr. here, so he's still there.
mm,
the Packers need an edge rusher. They
There
definitely
is a
need number
chance they
one
go
wide
edge.
receiver. Um, edge rusher, wide receiver, are both options here for them. In a lot of my early mocks, Matthew Golden kept going here, and I hated it because I don't want them to be happy. I don't want Packers fans to have joy. They've had enough joy.
They've had enough joy.
Every mock draft, I kept getting Matthew Golden here, and I'm like, I hate it. Just don't do this to me.
Matthew Golden at the Packers? Nah, surely not.
No.
No, they haven't taken a wide receiver in round one in like 75 years, have they?
No. No, they're totally against it. They're one of those teams. It's really weird.
I think it's going to be defense or Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State.
Would be
Well,
another good pick.
apparently,
see.
Rappaport says that the Packers are getting trade calls at 23, similar to the
Ooh.
Chargers were at 22. So that's why Chargers took so long.
Yeah, who could
Who's
be
get-
trading?
Who's
Let's think
that's what I was
about.
about to say. Who's trying to trade up there, Manjot?
I'd go. Definitely. I think quarterback is potential. Definitely.
Hey,
Um.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Bears aren't trying to trade up with those two
Buffalo.
second-round picks. But I
mm,
don't think you'd
Buffalo
trade with
might.
an NFC North rival.
Yeah, I think it'd be Buffalo. I still had the Texans trying to trade up at one point.
I
Probably
But I
think the
think-
draft's that
I-
deep here
I
that the
think Nick-
Texans are better off sticking and picking.
Nick and I had Buffalo trying to trade up to get ahead of these teams to get decent. What do we have, Nick? O-line, wasn't it?
Uh,
D-line.
yeah.
For who?
For Buffalo, who do we have to go to Buffalo?
I had Campbell. I had Campbell.
Yeah, so we had
I had
trading up
Buffalo
to get.
going
But the
defensive line or
for
cornerback.
GG,
Hmm.
don't know actually.
Yeah, just
Well, Campbell's
interesting
still-
as well. Yeah, interesting
still
from
there.
Schefter. He said Will Johnson has a knee issue that concerns some teams. Helps explain why he hasn't been selected, which is quite reasonably why I also didn't have Johnson getting taken as well.
Oh, mate, sticking his chest out wearing the Brett Favre jersey. Sit down, old man.
This is what we're here for, guys. I might have to clip off this Packers
We're
shit
live.
talk.
Just all my Packers hate, man. I was just going to put it in drops and send it round to Ian for the pod.
This is gonna be so worth it for the Instagram, for the YouTube highlight show, and everything.
Don't forget my Pete Neal rant at the start.
Yeah,
Did you really? I need to. I'm gonna have
yeah.
to rewind.
Yeah, I
I'm
went
gonna
on
have
a
to
bit of a
It,
Pete
rewind.
Neal rant.
shout out to Pete Neal. Yeah,
Whenever,
out there.
whenever Packers fans talk, like when Pete Neal's voice came on the fantasy pod with Matty and that, all I heard was the Benny Hill music.
Something's happening here.
No, you son. Your Bears fans haven't been much better.
Someone get Pete Neal on for a right of reply. Oh my goodness.
What have we got here? What's going on?
Something's happening. There was shaking of hands there.
I reckon
How long we got?
they might have traded this.
How long we got? What's on the call? 119. You reckon
Pick
it
is in.
goes? Pick is in. Edge rusher.
Has
Yeah,
to
let's
be.
see.
They feel like they've got a guy they really wanted if there's all the firing going on.
Let's see. It's a hometown team looking to get someone here. Picks in. Just waiting on who the Packers will get. See, Pickers in. Looking at the draft tracker right now as well.
Oh,
Shador
Shout
Sanders.
Golden! Matthew Golden!
I foreskinned.
Yeah, I'm not happy.
Golden.
He was a guy I had going there a lot.
That's so weird.
wow.
It's definitely a need for the Packers though. Like their five number ones haven't lived up to their number one billing. Why not add a sixth one in the mix?
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about Golden like a lot in before the draft started today. Like we're talking in the chat about Golden a lot, and wow, yeah, definitely. Um, yeah, I think as well it's very interesting taking a receiver in the first round when they never did that for Aaron Rodgers.
Well, they
Finally
need
got
to do
around to do.
something because the overpaid pumpkin is not Aaron Rodgers. They
But you
need
know the
to.
interesting part now is the Bulldogs getting the pick before it came in. So the
But
NFL insider himself went early.
Has it?
they,
That's come through.
they need to do something because Jordan overpaid pumpkin love is not Aaron Rodgers. So they need to get him an actual receiver because their five
He's
number
going
ones
to
are
be Aaron
trash.
Rodgers. I don't know why Green Bay faithful always tried to like say that he was going to be the next Aaron Rodgers.
It's just destiny or something, like they always say. All that bullshit. All right, here comes Roger announcing the pick.
Mm.
Yeah, here we go.
I'll get on with it, Roger.
Yeah, all right, thanks, Pack.
Surprised there's not more rubbish bins in the crowd. You know, all green with yellow lids. It's basically what Packers fans look like, isn't it? Fucking
Are they
rubbish bins.
recyclable?
I wouldn't recycle any of them. I'd just put them straight in landfill, the whole lot of them. Oh my God, this guy waffles on like Packers fans
Yeah.
too.
Holy crap! Oh my
Durr,
god!
Titletown, Durr,
God
19
almighty.
NFL championships, Durr.
Well, it's definitely a talent pick.
There's
That one there.
Golden right there. Matthew Golden to the Packers.
And it was a pick I had mocked in so many of my early drafts, and I hated it,
Mm.
but it just fit, and now he's gone there.
He's also but still, who is the Packers' wide receiver one? No one knows who the first receiver is.
Yeah, well, yeah, sorry. Your internet has been cutting out a little bit. Sorry, bro. Um, should be okay though.
No, you putting it, mate.
Yeah, it's just
Golden.
Golden. Yeah, though. It's wow. How long has it? I
I
need to
honestly
do
would
some
have thought
research.
at that position you'd probably go for the need of the DN, but either
I
way.
think this is really telling about Mike Green and a couple of this other DNs people expected to go early, that they there's something that people, the average fan, doesn't know about them, because they are falling hard.
Mm.
And same thing with Simmons, the tackle from Ohio State. Like, before we started, when I was talking about him, like, if he went in the top 15, I'd think some team was sold that his knee was fine. If he doesn't, they are definitely worried about him. Geez, Minnesota made that pick quick.
Are
Oh,
they in already?
Yeah,
That means that means someone was here, still here, they absolutely loved. They weren't
It's-
sitting around.
yeah.
yeah.
Both of you is just like
I don't hate it,
smile
but
ear to ear.
I think it really shows about somebody else in his team that we were just talking about.
I don't know whether it'll be the quarterback,
Hmm.
whether it's going to be offensive tackle or guard. I
Yeah.
feel like this is going to be a defensive player.
Mike Green?
I don't know, maybe it could be Johnson, it could be Pierce, it could be
No.
Campbell.
No, I don't even know how, but I got a thing pop up on Messenger from someone who I didn't even know was following the NFL about who the Vikings just picked. So, if it's true, you are protecting your rookie quarterback.
Oh. Yeah, I had Booker going to Vikings a little. Yeah. I had Booker going to yeah, just the Vikings earlier, but he's gone, way gone now. So yeah, I've been big on the O line for them. See what happens.
A little bit of talk about the Eagles trying to trade up. Me too.
Yeah, Booker to Cowboys earlier. There we go. Just to let you all know who I was thinking of for the Vikings.
Yeah, Vikings made that pick so quick, and it's come up somewhere else now. So he was right. Not
who
where I would have taken him, but I don't hate it. Like I said, there's a big clump of players from like 15 to 60 that are all very, very similar. And yeah, the Vikings obviously really liked him. They've taken him.
Yeah.
Mm.
I love the foreshadowing here from Kev. I love that.
Yeah.
We had Ramon
I can
earlier
try to
from
tease a bit more.
yeah, we had Ramon earlier for the Niners, and he was teasing it, and we're trying to work out who he's going for. Was it the very first message he sent? Was it the first message in a clump of messages he sent? And then we found out it was actually Michael Williams, who was the first guy he mentioned on stream. So I worked it out. Eventually. Yeah. So it's very interesting, these sort of games. I can't wait. His Rams will be on the clock soon. I know he's watching, so he's going to send us some cryptic messages as well, I'm sure. Let's see. So you got
Nick,
Matthew Gold.
If you went guard or tackle here, who would you go? Just still
Josh
available. Who
Simmons,
would you go?
easily.
Ooh,
That's a
you go
no-brainer.
tackle?
I would go Josh Simmons here. Like I said
Hmm.
in on our episode last week, easily could be
I
and
would
should be when
too.
healthy the
but-
best tackle.
I would too, but the fact that they went with sorry, I thought they'd made the pick for you.
Nah, it's still in. It's
Calm
coming
down.
in.
Yeah, it's not Simmons, but it is Ohio State, and
Give us
it's
30 seconds.
someone who can
Yeah.
play
Why does
inside,
it like?
inside
Why are they
and
dragging
tackle.
this out so long?
There's a rumor going around that the Giants are trying to trade back into the first round.
Oh.
Yeah, so we got the Eagles trying
That's
to
from
trade up.
Schefter.
The Giants trying to trade in. Oh,
Yeah,
See.
I don't hate the pick.
Oh.
He can play guard and tackle. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Let's trade.
Starch.
Let's trade.
sure
Let's
shoring
trade.
up your line.
Trade coming up.
The Rams have traded. The
Donovan Jackson.
Rams have traded with the Giants.
Donovan Jackson to the
And-
Vikings. Wow.
Donovan
There we
Jackson.
go.
So we're going to the guard. I think like between the two of them, Simmons and Jackson, are a pretty good pair at Ohio State. Anyway, they're both man-downs. So this is all about trying to protect the QB for years to come.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I had him
don't
as
hate
an
the pick.
early day 2 pick, but like I said, there's a big group of guys from 15 through to 60 who very similar grades on. You know, if you like him, take him, and they did. So
I've got reports on next about 2 trades here.
I think it also
The
really
Giants.
shows that the
The
Simmons.
Giants
Number
have
one-
traded.
The Giants have traded into the pick with the Rams.
Oh.
No, with the
no,
the
Texans.
Texans.
With
Texans.
the Texans. Righto.
Wow.
No,
So
Rappaport was
the
wrong.
Giants
Well done,
have
Rappaport.
leapfrogged the Rams, obviously.
I think
Yeah.
that's Isaac was just saying, chat boys.
Sure.
He's saying QB for the Rams. So I think the Giants have jumped the Rams to get a QB here. I think
Sure.
that's what we're going. Oh
But the
yeah, I think.
Giants- The Giants exchanged pick 34.99 in the 3rd round next year for this pick.
Honestly-
they're going QB for sure. They are
honestly-
QB for sure.
I don't know which one
Yeah.
they go. I don't think they like
Right, so this is
Sanders
the
enough.
trade. So-
Milroy's been invited. Maybe that is the pick.
The Giants get 25, and the Texans got 34.99 and a 26 third rounder.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think with that, I would not be surprised if Jackson Dart. I've heard they've been in love with Jackson Dart quite a bit in the pre-draft process, compared to Shador. And I think they're thinking between the two. I think they would potentially go Dart over Shador. That's what I'm looking at.
I don't think Shador's in the conversation. I think it's Dart or Milroy. I think the Giants are taking. The Browns are going to take Shador on a trade back in.
Yeah,
I
don't
think it's Dart.
either. I don't think enough teams really like Shador.
It's Dart
Yeah.
or Milroy. I like Shador, but I think the
I wouldn't be
Browns are going to
taking
take
Dart
I'm
over
Shador.
locked in.
Shador.
I'm locked into Dart here. I think Dart is the guy.
I want Milroy, but I don't think I'll get Milroy.
I think it'll be Dart.
We might have to get that Pelican Josh's reaction to Giants pick.
Yeah, hold up. Let me see where he's at. I'll just I'll see where he's at. Let's see.
Where's my Pelican boys, Josh?
It's definitely QB. I'd go Milroy, but I think Manjot might be right that it is Dart.
I think it's Dart. I've looked at the rumors all draft season, and they said Dayball really loves Jackson Dart as a
And it
QB.
also, like I said, it's valuable to trade up. It's not going to cost you much because you get the 5th-year option on a rookie QB.
Yeah,
He's still got 2 QBs at the moment that can serve as successors. And the rookie can pitch it and do it up. So it'll be one of the guys, Dart or Milrow, that sort of everyone's been saying needs an extra year as a red shirt in the NFL.
yeah.
And
So-
this is what we were saying a while ago. I think the shine just came off Shador. And I think it's all because people were using it was the whole prime thing to start with. And that's the only reason it was sort of glorified that way. He's good. He's not a horrible QB, but I think he's just built up because of prime.
Yeah.
I still
Yeah,
think Shador's best
So
landing spot is with the Saints on a trade back in, or the Browns
That's
taking him
what I
to
was-
start around 2.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier when I meant, like, yeah, this is too much. Like, I said the word drama. I'm not entirely sure if that maybe have been the right word, but I think that's just the way teams are viewing Shador. I don't think. I think it's just all the everything around him, all the theatrics, his dad, like it's just yeah. I know me and Nick just talked about it maybe like half an hour ago now, a couple picks ago. So it's just yeah, Shador. I think it's just he's dropping because of everything around him and his name and his dad and his all these interviews he's gone through, and I think. It was just a drop I was expecting. I was thinking the Steelers may stop that slide, but the Steelers didn't. I think with that one as well, the Steelers not picking Shador, I think has a lot to do. I think it has to do a lot with how they viewed Kenny Pickett 3 years ago, because
I,
they picked Kenny Pickett at around the same spot. They picked him at pick 20 in 2022, and I think they're like, okay, we want to be a bit more cautious this time around the quarterback position. We don't want to pick a guy if we don't believe in him fully, and because we don't want to bottom out. I think that's why they went away from quarterback there. So that's what I'm feeling with the Steelers. They're feeling a bit of cold feet there with Pickett. Yeah.
Just
So just my theory. I think this one's going to be Jackson Dart. That's what I'm feeling here.
I actually just wonder whether if the Rams go QB here, whether it's Milrow, because I don't see them taking Sanders.
oh, I would love to see Milrow at the Rams.
I love Milrow. Like he's one of my favourite QB prospects in this class.
Isaac's liking
Sitting
Sanders.
behind thing with McVay as a coach would be
Oh, don't give
fantastic.
Shador to the fucking
Isaac
Rams.
is,
Jesus.
Isaac is showing he doesn't know doesn't know football clearly. Then
Oh, wow. That's brutal.
Right. and with that bombshell, I'm going to drop one. So I will catch you all later. And if we
Oh shit! There's another trade.
from
Well, another
boy.
trade?
Falcons moved up with the Rams.
oh,
Wow.
Falcons
Okay.
moving into
God.
26.
Oh,
I'll see you later, boys.
Our mocks are completely fucked now, but this has to be Jackson Dart for sure.
Yeah, Falcons moving into 26 has got to be the corner, the Will Johnson that just kept sliding.
Potentially. Yeah. Isaac, just say
confused
thanks,
now.
Ian, there. Oh, Ian dropped out. Hopefully he can come back, but we'll see here. Giants pick is in. Rogers announcing it. And there you go, Jackson Dart. Boys, I was on the money. He was working with Dayball loved Dart. Dayball loved Dart for so long.
There goes
And-
the sleeper notification about the trade for the Rams.
Wow. There you go, Jackson Dart. Yeah, I'll just have a look. Trying to avoid Twitter spoilers, but I'm looking at all the trades now. So, yeah, they've moved back in. I'll see what else has come up. Yeah, wow. Gosh, we gotta do more of these live streams, boys. I reckon more live streams. Can't wait for tonight. Listen to you boys live, Nick and Ian, and yeah. But the draft is just the ultimate thing to go live for. I reckon. Just get to talk about all these draft picks. Yeah. So Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart for the Giants. I'm really liking this draft actually. Like, I'm actually pretty impressed with that. Like, couple guys there. Yeah, Jackson Dart with yeah, just Jackson Dart with Abdul Carter, boys. I think that's a good draft for the Giants. Good player on either side of the ball at the most important position on either side of the ball, I would say as well. So yeah, I'm really liking this for the Giants. I think it was a good decision for them to keep Dayball this whole time. Not really sure about the GM though. Shown he's I don't know, after all those Saquon clips last year, been a bit questionable with him. But look, yeah, I think definitely though it's definitely good to see where the Giants are going. What about you boys? What do you think about the Giants draft so far?
I just think it's weird that they had signed both Wilson and Winston.
Yes.
Now they've gone for it. They've traded up for a quarterback. Like if they had gone into the second round and taken someone, you go, okay, they didn't really give up anything to go get him. Um,
I,
the only thing is that the only way I think this could work is I don't think Dart's going to be a guy that can walk on and start straight away. I think he'd
He's
probably
gonna
sit him
sit.
for a year.
Yeah.
But that means you really have to trust Dable in what he's doing offensively. And can you get the best out of that? Like, they also
Hmm.
should sit him more so because they also need to shore up their protection as well for him. So it'll be good
I,
next year
Yeah.
to have a heavy offensive line focus. And it is a better offensive line draft next year. There's better prospects. So
Hmm.
there's definitely that chance as well.
I
Yeah.
like it. I said all along that Russ doesn't stop you from taking a QB this year because it's
Yeah.
basically a 1 year deal. Same thing
Yeah.
with Jameis. It's basically a 1 year deal with a team option. He gets a chance to sit for a year, learn, and then he can go in and still have Jameis as a backup,
Mm.
who is a competent backup straight away.
So the trade,
Falcons
this
picked
trade
in,
is
boys. I'm interested to see who they traded in for. I think
so
it's got to be the edge rusher we didn't think they should have took earlier.
the trade was 26 and a third for 46 a 2026 first
Ooh,
and a seventh round.
it's
So the
got to be the
Rams
edge
get
rusher. I
so
reckon
the Rams get
it's
Atlanta's first round pick next year.
yeah.
Hmm.
All right.
Maybe the Rams are stockpiling for Arch Manning.
Yeah. Rams are looking to build some picks there
I
as
don't think
well.
it'll be
Get
that
few,
bad though. I hope so, but
yeah.
you know.
Who knows what they'll do? Maybe they might trade back in the Rams here
I
at the
reckon
end of.
this is the James Pierce Jr. spot. The Falcons, they need an edge.
Yeah, Mike Green as well. Shador? Nah, surely not.
I expected,
All right.
James Pierce Jr. to fall. I didn't expect Mike Green to fall. The fact that he's fallen when I didn't expect it just makes me think his slide's going to continue. I reckon it's James Pierce Jr. They need an edge rusher.
Yeah. I had Mike Green going to the Falcons earlier at 15. And it's James Pierce Jr., boys. You're on the money there, Kev. Just reading the tea leaves, I think. Or maybe getting these sport on Twitter. No, I'm just kidding. Kev, I know you're reading these picks very well. And it is Mike Pierce. Sorry, James Pierce Jr.
Mmm, interesting.
Do you all think Will Johnson to the Lions? You all buying that?
To
I
the
think that would
Lions,
be.
It's a
Yeah, I
possibility,
think.
but
I
I
think
think
probably to the Commanders.
I had the Lions taking James Pierce Jr. I had him falling and Dan
Hmm.
Campbell going, I can fix his attitude.
So what do the Ravens do here?
I had them picking the safe. I had them picking stocks. I had them going for safety here.
There you go.
Yeah,
Who do I have? I had them going Scorton, the edge.
yeah. Well, Isaac's pretty
Starks
happy
hasn't
with
been
that one.
taken either. No Malachi Starks.
Yeah, that I had stocks going to Ravens, and I think
No Campbell either. They won't take a linebacker, but that's maybe something that the Lions look at
I
or the
don't know.
Commanders.
Ravens take best player available. When they took
yeah,
who's their safety now?
Hamilton.
Was it, when
Hamilton.
they took
Yeah,
Hamilton, they had two good safeties. Nobody expected them to pick him, but they fell into his lap. The Ravens
yeah,
just pick the best player on the board and make it work. If they go Starks here, I wouldn't be surprised. If they go Will
mm,
Johnson, yeah, Will Johnson here, I wouldn't be surprised. Like they will look at a talent and just go, we don't care if we've got four of you, you're in.
yeah. Hamilton and Stocks, boys. I think that's a pretty good. I think that's a pretty good duo. I mean, I wonder if people in the chat agree as well. With that, Starks and Hamilton, I think, as NFL.com showing the draft tracker that we've been using, of course, your draft trackers. Thank you, NFL Network, for providing that. Yeah, no, I think with this one, I'm going Ravens. I think the Ravens here gotta, I think gotta get Starks. I reckon get the best
I
player available.
I love the fit of Starks for him though. Like Starks and
Yeah,
Hamilton
I think
side
the
by
best player
side.
available is actually Campbell, not Starks.
No, I've Starks
Mm,
rated above Campbell personally, but yeah, it's
I'm
everyone's
happy with
board's going to be a
either.
bit different. I didn't expect either of them to be here, so they could go either way.
Happy with either of them, I reckon.
Interesting. Do we think there'll be any more trades? I don't think there will be.
I think there could be. I think the Browns. I'm looking at the Browns. They have capital
What
now.
what need?
They
Yeah, but what do they need to trade up for?
yeah, that's the thing. But
They could
like
come up for Shador to secure that 5th-year option.
that's the only thing I can think of. But I'm just not. Yeah, I don't
But
think even they're not sold
yeah,
on
but
them.
is it worth giving up extra picks just to secure that 5th year option?
Depends how much you got to
Hmm.
give up. If you're giving up like next year's third to come up 6 spots and get that extra cheap year, maybe.
Mm. Like maybe you trade with the Eagles.
Yeah, so I mean, you don't have
Yeah.
to come up far at all. You come up 2 spots, give them a fourth round pick. Eagles might say, yeah, fuck it, we'll do that.
So it could be the Browns. Maybe the Saints as well. Haven't ruled out the Saints.
I did say I had the
Definitely.
Saints moving up first, but the Giants just went for it.
So the real notable quarterbacks left. You've got Milrow, you've got Sanders, and you've got Howard. Howard's probably going to go
Hmm.
later on. Although I thought he was quite good in the playoffs, in the college football playoffs.
Yeah.
So whether that holds merit for the GMs, for me it personally would, but I'm not a GM unfortunately. On Madden I am, but
Friggin'
Definitely.
Lions are going to have Luther Burden fall into their lap here. Like if Luther Burden was in last year's class, he probably would have come out as like the fourth wide receiver off the board, and
Yeah,
he's going to
Ian
fall into
here.
the Lions' lap here.
Yep, just reading them chat messages from Ian here. I don't think it's worth trading up for 50 on Sanders, Milroy or Howard, who need more time. You want the extra time, which I do agree here. Pick is in for the Ravens, by the way. Just gonna scroll down on our draft
It's
tracker a
going to be
little bit.
Starks, I reckon. It has to be a like.
Come on, please be
But
Starks. I want to nail this shit,
They,
please.
they take best player available every year, just about their first pick, and he's fallen into their lap. And he's a
If this
great
is
pairing with
Starks,
Hamilton.
yeah, if this is
It's
Starks, I'm
not
gonna be
only best
very
player
happy.
available, it's best player available and a need.
No way trading away extra picks now is the way for QB. I do agree with that as well.
I don't
Yeah, it
know if
can be.
you're giving up like a fourth round pick or something to move up 5 spots to get that 5th-year option. Teams would do that, is what I mean.
Hmm.
Like look
See,
at
and the
Lamar
Ravens seem
Jackson.
happy.
Do you think the Ravens regret moving up back into 32 to get Lamar that year?
No. Yeah, that's the thinking as well with some of these QBs. Who knows? Like, um, definitely getting Lamar on a 50 option. I still struggle to understand how he's the fifth guy taken in that draft. I always felt like he was the best. I was always a big believer in him in college, of course. So yeah, let's see what the Ravens do here. So Campbell, and many worry. Johnson, Sanders, Green, Starks. That's the top six left on Jeremiah's big board. So Starks is all the way in sixth,
Yeah,
compared to
but
where we have him, boys. That's where.
he's got Eamon Worry there. I've got Starks at 1, and Eamon Worry's my safety number 3 in this
Hmm.
class. But that's what I mean.
So
Everyone's
here we
board's going to
go.
be different. I reckon the Ravens are taking Starks for sure.
Come on, take Starks, please, please. Yes, yes, I called it. Let's go. Yeah, the boys.
The Lions are going to
Yes.
be interesting
Let's
here. There's
let's fucking
Hard
go.
Campbell's fallen onto their lap. That's a need. They also need edge rusher. I don't know if there's an interior offensive line player they'd want, but there's also some pretty good wide receivers here that they probably won't get a shot at in the second round.
Nailing a guy at 27 is just so good, man. I'm pretty stoked with that one actually. That was a good pick. I'm happy with that one. In terms of my mock draft, just to nail one at the end there with Malachi Starks, pretty good. I actually had, funnily enough, had Michael Williams at 28 to the Lions as well. So I was thinking edge for them. But with Will Johnson there, boys, I think there could be something there in terms of the secondary as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
for
what I mean.
Washington.
I don't know whether they go wide receiver,
I think
edge, linebacker, cornerback. The options are there for the Lions.
I think they're
Um,
probably safe bet is probably they end up going Mike Green here or an edge.
So yeah,
I don't
Ravens
know.
D.
I'm going to throw out they're going to go with a wide receiver, either Jaden Higgins from Iowa or Luther Burden from Missouri. I have a
Hmm.
feeling that they are going to look to move on from old Speedy Gonzalez betting man, and yeah, they're both good fits with Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'd love them to take an edge rusher or a linebacker, but I don't know. The way today's gone, I just feel like it might be a receiver.
See
Yeah,
what happens here.
just be sweet justice if whoever they picked here was ended up being better than Golden. Packers finally pick a wide receiver in the first round, and the Lions get a better one later.
Yeah, let's see what happens here, boys. So Malachi Starks at 27. I'm pretty stoked with that one. Just picking that this late in the draft just feels good. Feels
Such a
good.
Ravens thing, just to sit there and have one of the he's one of the top 10 prospects on my board, and he's just fallen to the Ravens. Like such a Ravens thing to do.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens to the rest of this one. Yeah, it's definitely I think with a lot of these picks, it's interesting. So Mike Green has fallen out. It seems Will Johnson's fallen a lot as well. Who else did we think has fallen a lot, boys? James Pierce Jr. fell a bit. There he did get taken eventually. Let's see who else has
Johnson's
fallen.
fallen a lot.
Yeah, yeah. Johnson's the one. I thought he was going to be a faller as well. I had him at 23 the Packers though, so sort of thought the fall would stop, but I didn't see him going in the teens at all. So yeah, he's still there, still there.
And Jihad Campbell and Luther Burden are both fallers as well. Like
Yep.
there's been a few guys, but there hasn't been like a massive riser. I think probably one of the biggest reaches I had was the Vikings pick, but I still don't hate it because it's just such a clump of talent that it's kind of your personal preference for your like.
Hmm. Yeah, look, I'll have to be honest with Burden. I didn't actually have him in my mock at all. Didn't have him in the first round. I don't know why. I just didn't hear enough buzz about him at draft time, so just always thought he was going to fall off a little bit. So yeah, not entirely sure. But look, it's definitely definitely something there for every team left here. Let's see what's going on. Um, yeah, just interviewing Starks because he's one of the attendees at the draft. Yeah, they had Milroy. We were talking about this earlier with the draft attendees. They've had Milroy there for quite a while, but I don't think anyone ever expected him to go in the first round anyway. So he was always probably going to be like a Will Levis sort of situation in terms of the green room. He was always going to just sit there and sit there and sit there. So yeah, just a long wait for Milrow, shall I say? Gosh, I'm almost confusing Will Levis in a bit. But yeah, for Milrow, it's been a bit of a wait. So let's see what happens. So just an interesting note here, from Schefter. Rams and Browns now own double ones in the 2026 NFL Draft as well. So, couple teams owning picks here. So coming into the draft tonight as well, every team owned their own first round pick. There was no trades. And
Lions
then you
picks
get,
in.
yeah, Lions pick is in. So let's see where they go here. Like I've been pretty high on Johnson quite a while.
I'd love a wide receiver for him, but I think they will go defense. I just don't know where on the defense.
Yeah,
Edge
I
rusher.
think D line for
I,
sure.
I'd love Jahad Campbell to go there, but I don't think they'll go that direction.
Go line
Mike Gr-
selection is in.
Mike Green doesn't really seem their type.
Let's listen to Roger. It's Tyleek Williams, D tackle
Oh,
from Ohio
Oh yeah.
State.
he's a guy I had the Bears taking on day two and a lot of mocks at like 39-41. So I I hate it
Damn.
because they're in my division, but I like it for the Lions.
Definitely a good pick. I think with this one as well for the Lions, they really need some help with Aiden Hutchinson there. Like they don't really have another edge across him. Like that's what I was just showing everyone earlier on the draft tracker. If anyone saw, like just reading through some of what the guys could get and that sort of thing. But I think yeah, D line was definitely something good. Getting someone near Hutchinson, taking away the attention while he's coming back from injury will be pretty good for them. So I'm pretty happy with Detroit getting Tyleek Williams. I know like he was probably more of a day two guy for me as well, to be honest. But um, yeah, by the time he would have gone in day two, they wouldn't have got him. So, and we've been saying like the guys, the
It's
difference
this
between like some
type
of
of
the
draft where you
guys.
just take who you want.
Yeah, it's
You
just
get
a
your guy
draft
because there's
we.
not much difference between
Yeah,
20
it,
spots in this sort of range.
it's a filling the need sort of draft more than a star draft, as we've been saying all day. So I'm pretty happy for the Lions here taking Tyleek Williams. So yeah, good on them.
Will Johnson seems like a really obvious pick here for the Washington Commanders, but I sneakily
Mm,
really love them going with a running back.
yep.
Get your guy ahead of these teams that are going to target them on day two. Grab a Travion Henderson, a Caleb Johnson, grab a Cam Scatterboo, whoever you want. Um,
I really like Travion.
Brian
I think
Robinson's on the
Travion on
last year of
this.
his deal, and
Yeah.
the ghost of Matty C's man. What's his name?
Brian Robinson.
No,
No,
came
wait.
from the
Sorry, which?
Chargers.
Oh,
Drawing a huge blank here. Was a
Mike
massive
Williams.
fan. No, running back.
Fuck, running back. All right, from the
Came from the
Chargers.
Chargers. Was at the Commanders last year.
Eckler.
Eckler,
Yes.
yeah, the ghost
Oh
of
my
Austin
goodness.
Eckler.
Oh,
They could use an upgrade there. Like I don't think
yeah.
they're going to pay Brian Robinson after this year. Why not
I was
grab your
thinking when he
guy here
said
and
Matty's
now?
guy. Yeah, I
Oh,
thought Brian Robinson because he always talked about
which
Brian
one of
Robinson.
Matty's guys that he's got a hard on for? Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, who doesn't Matty love? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm
Matty doesn't love
expecting.
your boys. Apparently, that's about it.
Yeah, doesn't.
As
Never
long as
lost
they're
one of
not
my.
on the Niners, they're all right.
Yeah, so
So no one
expecting
good.
one of our Eagles boys, Ibs, coming in soon as well, boys, just to say. So he should be here any minute now when the Eagles get on the clock or close to when they get on the clock. Probably when KC comes on. I'm hoping he comes on as well. So yeah, I think with this, definitely we're just waiting for him. We're just it's gonna be good. You boys thinking about coming back tomorrow as well? Talk some shit during day two.
I'll be popping in and out during the day. I've
Def
made sure I took the day off work, but I've got a fair bit of stuff to do around the house, so I'll
Fair
be in and
play.
out during the day.
Yep, Isaac, one of Maddie's boys, Brock Purdy, of course. He big, yeah, big into that. Nick, you in for tomorrow? You thinking?
Might be depending on how I go in and out as well. I've got a big day tomorrow, but yeah, we'll see how we go.
Yeah,
I'll definitely be
no,
following along.
definitely. I mean, yeah. Hopefully we can just get hopefully we can get some boys. Hopefully some guys as well. Let's see. So, yeah. Just a reminder as well, boys. The Good Day Gridiron first round reaction show tonight. Please be sure to check that out as well. We're coming to the end of this stream. You boys be on Nick. You know, you, Isaac, Ian, Brad, all four of you boys be on there Yeah, just a reminder for you guys, just to be there. Day two stream as well tomorrow. I'm definitely gonna be live. I'm hoping someone joins me. Otherwise, it's just gonna be me talking by myself, and I lose my train of thought when I do that. When I talk to myself, so
We'll be
hopefully you
popping in
boys
and out,
pop in
Manjot.
and
We'll be
out.
popping in and out.
Yeah, I
But
know you boys are coming in.
Commander's pick is in here, boys. What do we reckon?
Yeah. Oh, look, I'm just gonna open up draft
Someone in the
tracker.
secondary, I reckon.
Yeah, needs a CB
Well,
wide receiver O line. So
Will
yeah,
Johnson's sitting there, but I really, really love running back for them.
hmm,
Running back.
yeah,
Oh, I just love it, but I don't think they will. They're probably going to shore up the line for
yeah,
Jaden Daniels here. Like
definitely.
Josh this will be a really telling thing, Nick, if the one from Ohio State with the knee Simmons goes,
Yeah.
or whether his slide continues and it's like Josh Connolly from Oregon.
Yeah, Isaac's out for tomorrow, sadly. So no Isaac. Was looking forward to having him on today as well. So haven't had Isaac sadly, but yeah. Oh, he's not on the first round show tonight. Sorry. Yes, Isaac is working. Yep, that's all good. Um, Yeah, so but the other boys will be on for sure. And hopefully we can get more of you guys back for the first round reaction show. Definitely be a lot shorter than this live reaction show. We're coming up with 4 hours on the stream. Shout out to you all who have survived like 4 hours on stream with us. Commanders are pick is in. Roger Goodell to the stage, and it is Josh Connolly Jr., the offensive tackle from Oregon. One of the guys you were talking up a little bit earlier, Nick.
Nah, more so mine was Simmons.
Simmons, the other Josh, yes.
Conley I didn't actually have in the first round.
I like
Hmm.
Connolly, but I had Connolly as the Bears looking to shore up the position early day too. But I don't hate the
Yeah,
pick here. I think it's. I'm sure Brad would love to tell us more about one of his ducks, but I really like the pick for Washington.
yep. I had
Yeah,
him at
they'll just see.
26, so
Nice
pretty
player though,
similar.
I
Yeah,
had him
and
at
it helps
30,
with
35 on my board, so
Jaden Daniels.
that's fine.
yep. Had him at 26 to the Rams in my mock, which was no trade. So, yeah, as you can see, just yeah, he's definitely got some pass protection, that sort of thing, some athleticism in the run game. Sort of saying the NFL Network stream. Yeah, some run blocking. So yeah, just an interesting. Let's see what he does here. I like it for Washington though. I think shoring up the offensive line, make sure Daniel's career can last longer as well. Don't want what happened to RG3 or Andrew Luck or those sort of guys. Um, Even catching some passes as well. Imagine putting him out in the jumbo package. Yeah, wouldn't mind that. So a couple more picks, 3 more picks left in this first round, boys. Definitely been a good one. Been on stream for almost 4 hours as well. It's been a very interesting draft. I would have to say. I don't think I've been too. I think last year's was a bit more entertaining than this year's. Definitely
Better
because
class
there's
as well.
more quarterbacks. There's a great class all round. A lot of different things. Isaac saying Will Johnson to the Bills boys. Yeah, interesting in the chat there. I definitely think yeah, Will Johnson on the Bills. I would definitely like to see that as well. I'm just gonna open up their draft tracker, open up their needs, and yeah, CB is
Could,
the top one there.
I had
Defensive line,
I
wide
had
receiver.
Campbell. I had them trading up for Campbell in my mock, so I wonder if they take him here.
Jahad Campbell would be top of my board. Will Johnson
Yep.
would be an option, but a lot of Bills guys, like in the Locked On NFL Scouting, one of the main hosts is a Bills guy, and he loves defensive line for the Bills here. But most of those D linemen he wanted are gone. So I think Campbell could be a serious option. Another one's Donovan Izaraku out of Boston College. I had him going ages ago, and he's still just sitting here on the board.
Hmm. Let's see. Just okay. Let's see what's going on here with the Bills. Still on the clock here. So yeah, I
They could
guess
seriously trade back here if a team does want to come up for a fifth year option on a QB. Bills would probably love to trade back at this spot.
definitely see what happens here.
Defensive tackle, defensive line, corner.
Johnson has a and what about pass rush? Because that's another obvious spot to be.
A little bit
Yeah,
of
some
handshaking here, but not a lot of jumping and clapping. So I'm thinking they might have just made a trade.
so yeah, Barron
Our
was
pick
the
is
only
in.
corner taken so far.
I feel good. I feel a bit vindicated about that because I've argued as Jahad Barron being my number one cornerback in
Yeah,
this class
I
for a
had
while.
him as my number one too. I had him like pick 15 or something, pick 16, somewhere around there. He was my first corner taken as well. So I was big on that one there, Kev.
Here's what I would say. Just like, college background and working at Buffalo. There's two ways that you beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. And then just saying what Tampa did in the Super Bowl. Super Bowl. They modeled that. What Patrick Mahomes on his back.
Yeah.
There's enough edge. There's not enough defensive linemen that we can take it.
Really wonder now if the Browns actually go QB tomorrow. That is going to be interesting. That's my biggest. After today, that's going to be my biggest thing. Is
Yeah.
are they going to go QB, and if so, who do they take?
I don't know
Because I
if
think
if you take Shadura, it stops you from taking Arch Manning if you can trade up for him.
Yeah.
If he's there at one of their second day two picks, I think they take him. They take a shot on him, but I don't know if they move up for him anymore.
it really depends. It really depends. Like I think if you're in their spot because they've got that extra pick, are they going to be a bottom 5 team next year without a quarterback? Probably.
I don't really know
It
if
really
Shadura's
just
going to
depends.
change that enough either. They're in probably one of
But
the hardest divisions in football.
but
Pick is in.
it also really depends on who has that first pick if they need a quarterback.
That's what I mean. That gives you that extra draft capital to trade up if they don't need a quarterback.
Like for example, if it's the Saints, right? If Carr doesn't play, then for them, I'd be thinking, oh, we've got to take Arch Manning here.
I'm really not sure what the Bills are going to do here. There's three guys I really like for them, and they're all still on the board. I'd go Campbell, but I could see them going Johnson or Izaraki. Probably going to be none of them now that I've said that.
Campbell would be good, at least to get some points for my mock draft.
Yeah, I had him going long before this too.
Who have I got here? I got Trey Amos.
I had the Bills
but-
picking him, but at 24.
I had Derek Harmon from the Ducks here, but he's already long gone.
Whoa. Whoa. Wow. Maxwell Hairston. Wow.
You know what I've got to do next year when I do my mock draft? I've got to find out the list of players that get invited because I swear most of them always just go in the first round, even if they shouldn't be. Like, I didn't have Hairston in my first round.
No, I
Yeah.
didn't have him in my first
Oh,
round
trades
either.
happened as well. A trade's happened. I'm going on Twitter. Thanks,
Oh,
Ian.
Eagles
Thanks,
moved
Ian.
up. Eagles swapped picks with the Chiefs.
Wow, that's crazy.
Eagles moved
So-
Who
up
they
a
be
spot.
going after?
32 and 164 they traded for pick 31. So
What will they
literally
be
they
going
just...
after? D-line probably.
There's not a
Oh,
D-lineman
who
here.
did
you
I
take.
have for them?
I had him getting a receiver here, but the Book is long gone.
I had Iman Wari to them, but yeah, not sure about that one.
I had Nolan
Maybe
and Grant.
they-
They're both long gone.
Maybe they take Will Johnson here to just solidify that back
Oh,
end.
I don't know. Like their
not their
secondary is
second, surely.
fine. Secondary. I mean, I have a Man of Wari, but yeah, they have Cooper DeJean
Campbell.
and Quinion Mitchell. Like their corners
Campbell,
are
they can
fine.
pick. They can pair Campbell now. But
But
Mm,
see, DeJean and Eamon Warry don't really, sorry, they don't really stop you from taking Will Johnson if you need another outside cornerback because DeJean's more your nickel slash slot sort of guy. You get
you can
another
put
good
the Gene
outside
anywhere.
cornerback, and away you go. I don't think Will Johnson would be a bad pick, but I honestly don't know what they're doing moving up one spot. It's got to be
The
someone
Eagles,
they thought the Chiefs might take, which leads you to think tackle, defensive line, or edge. But
Eagles are
Eagles,
trading 32 and 164 for 31.
yep. Yeah, so only just giving up that fourth rounder
yeah,
there. Yeah, so
I think
see
it's going to
what's
be big impact player like Campbell or something.
yeah, let's see what's going on.
And if the Eagles are moving up to get someone, that organization,
I think someone could I think someone could move for Harrison. Yeah, Will Harrison tomorrow. Oh, Johnson, shall I say tomorrow? Yeah. So I was thinking about Heston a bit